Last time on The Great Ace Attorney, we triggered a very nice man's PTSD. Today, the conclusion. This can only end in good. Triggering people's PTSD brought on by suicide attempts always ends fantastically. I don't know what could possibly go wrong. Hey, Scroy? How you doing? You leaving immediately? Still behind, I take it? I don't even know where we are anymore. Like, everything I thought I could probably gather about this game's structure is just out the window. Bye, Scroy. You have a good one. Hey, Secret. Hey, Murloc. I've been anxious to get back to this. Not too anxious, just because of the subject matter. I don't need to have another entire episode where I cry the entire time. Thanks, Olive. I love you. But hey, it is what it is. You got the flu, but you won't skip Great Ace Attorney? Oh, Murloc, hope you feel better. Hope we can cheer you up a little bit. Case closed! I'm still so happy. I'm so fucking happy he's here now. It's great. Hey, bestie. Right before we started, I noticed my mic was muted. I've not listened back to the footage because I'm behind on editing the group watches, because, like, what's the point when I can't even upload them? Thanks, BitChute, you suck. I may or may not have... That may or may not mean I was muted for the entirety of Spider-Man 3 on the recording. So that'll be great. It's always sunny in the Mushroom Kingdom. Might play Three Houses in the background. Nice, nice. Oh no, like, I get at this point, it doesn't even fucking matter, it's the sad thing. I talk about the fact that I haven't been recording the so-called After Dark group watches as I've gone through, Saber and now rewatching Gaim. But, like, if fucking BitChute's not gonna let me upload any more stuff. And that might be that. Doesn't really matter one way or the other, I suppose. Flew last 2 days being sick, and 2 weeks of a blocked nose. I know that feel, Murloc. It sucks. Still sucks. Hell, quite frankly, I would take the sore throat over being stuffed up. That is the worst goddamn feeling in the world. I got some Sip Godzilla, thank you. How you doing? But yeah, it's been an exciting week. We got a direct. We watched some Spooderman. I've been rewatching Kamen Rider Gaim. It's been a time and a half. Oh, it's been a time and a half. 1 second, let me see if I need to update the totals at all. Speaking of Kamen Rider, yes, more Double, the finale of Double on Monday. Very excited to finish that one off with everyone. It's been a treat. We have actually successfully roped in a couple of new people. Yeah. Now, most people would probably prefer the block nose. I just have high pain tolerance. I would rather be in pain for a couple of days than have to deal with the constant coughing and stuffiness that usually comes after. Okay. Have I made any money? I've made a little money. $5 more, yay me. I hate keeping track manually of the stuff. I really, really should have just said that only bits and subs count, and then Twitch could just keep track of it for me. Granted, you know what, people have, like, donated in bits to, like, pay for games and shit. I would still have to manually separate everything, I suppose. One day this nightmare will be over, and we'll have ourselves a BJPC. I saw the live-action Cowboy Bebop intro. My Twitter timeline was blowing about it today. I'm not terribly impressed. I admire their resolve to replicate the actual intro so closely, but it's not enough. Like, as cool as it is that they went through the effort to do that, just I care more about the actual content of the show than a cool opening. It is neat, though. Like I said, Faye's actresses controversial takes aside, stupid takes aside, I should say. Like, generally speaking, I think the cast looks good. It could have been a lot worse. It could have been Chris Pratt. Chris Pratt is Spike Spiegel. Rated PG-13. Coming this Christmas to a theater near you. Awful. Simply awful. Oh, we're going back here? I mean, I guess that makes sense. Yeah, they said we probably can't continue the trial with Virgil in that condition. The new song in the opening of Memory of Heroes is also going to be the opening for Future Detectives. That's kind of lazy. I mean, I'm sure it's a good song, but that's a little weird. Howdy, Mario. Keanu. You know what? Like, I love John Cho. I do think John Cho looks good, but yeah, like, being, Keanu being the blessed human being that he is, and being a huge Bebop fanboy, if they had to make an American adaptation, I kind of wish it had been Keanu. But, it is what it is. All the guns are replaced by walkie-talkies in the Cowboy Bebop Netflix, or in the Chris Pratt version that I just proposed in my head. I would unironically watch 4Kids Cowboy Bebop. Yo. We're blasting through space or whatever. I'll make parody lyrics some other time. Let's get some music. That's not music. That's beat boops. Specifically because it's in the style of Double's opening. It's still lazy. I still can't quite believe what just happened. Hey, Minato, literally just started. I know, I inquired with the bailiff after the court session was adjourned. And it seems Mr. Vigil was taken to the hospital to recover. I hope not the fucking shitty rat poison one. Right. 10 years ago now, Mr. Vigil attempted to commit suicide by jumping out of the window of the prison governor's office. God. Keanu looks more like a gentle version of Vincent. Do you mean, Vicious? Are we talking Cowboy Bebop still, or are you thinking of Final Fantasy? I could see him playing Vicious. He's actually kind of got the hairstyle for it. Just would have had to dye it white. Also, Minato watching Build. I can't believe poor Minato got roped into watching Build. What did talking about in that Tweeby server inspire them to do their own group watch of it? What's fallen, JC? What's I know why it's fallen right now, but, bad timing. Oh, God. I laugh because it's all I could do, I swear. It's a coping mechanism. Moving on! It's okay, JC, I know why you said it, just... Oh, no. You sucked Build Stick for the first few episodes, bestie, yeah. Like I said, I liked it a lot more early on than I did later, but, like, even early on, I was like, again, the fucking Kasumi thing. I'm sorry. I'm gonna propose something to Chad who doesn't know anything about Build. This isn't a spoiler. It sounds like it should be, but it happens in the second episode, so whatever. Is it bad writing, yay or nay, to introduce the fiance of a main character in the second episode, after not mentioning her at all in the first, introduce the fiance of a main character in the second episode, and then kill her off at the end of that same episode, as if it means something, and then proceed to barely ever mention her again? Good writing, yay or nay? Because to me, that's one of the earliest things, and even with some of the dumb shit I hate that happens later, that's still one of the worst things in the entire goddamn show. Hi, Cat. We are case 2-4. Second game, fourth case. That is fridging. That is fridging. Probably. A little bit, right? not ever mentioning her. They mention her once in a while. Once in a while she is mentioned. But, like, her death doesn't affect anything. It barely factors into the said main character's motivation. Like, it is absolute... is it even fridging? Like, fridging, you have to be an actual character first to be fridged, don't you? Or do you not? I don't know. I don't know the whole deal with Kyle Rayner's girlfriend, but whatever. Pointless plot device. Literally pointless plot device. It's... Ugh. Not really. Okay, my bad. But yeah, I just had to get that out there. Alright, I'm not gonna keep harping on it. I don't wanna... I don't even hate build. I just hate the fan base. I just hate people who build as their favorite season and think it's flawless because good fucking god. That alone would be enough to knock it down to, like, at least not so solid tier or whatever the hell my tier list is. Hey, Neo. Yeah, sorry, I'm distracting myself. I'm distracting myself so I don't have to think about this bullshit. It's not bullshit, it's just sad. Alright. Ever since then, he's completely blocked the memory of those events from his mind. Nobody knew his secret, not his family, not even the man himself, but I forced it out into the open. I'm a monster! Is it wrong of me to do that? Did I overstep the mark, I wonder? There are good shows and then shitty fan bases, yeah. No, like I said, it's just frustrating. Because it's all there. It should be one of the best ones. But just, there are things about it that are just infuriating. It's the Xenoblade 2 of Kamen Rider. Runo! Oh, Iris, hey there.
You were miles away. Anyway, I brewed a fresh pot of soothing tea just for you.
Aw, thank you. You little patoot.
You and Susie have had an exhausting day so far, haven't you?
Xenoblade 2 is worse. Xenoblade 2 is probably worse than Build. But I'm just saying, like, in terms of how much I harp on it, it's like, it's the same issue with me. Like I said, I have a problem with my brain where I am actually far, far more annoyed if stuff is good, but has, like, a couple of crippling flaws holding it back from being truly great. That shit annoys me far, far more than something just being bad. Again, I could probably complain more about Build than Saber, and Saber is a fuck of a lot worse than Build. But just Saber's bad because it's bad. It doesn't have to be defined. That's called Stan Marsh, that's called being a Stan Marsh. That is true.
Oh, thank you, Iris. How thoughtful of you.
Got time for a small clippy unique animation from Hairbrain? If it's no audio, it's stuff that I can watch off to the side screen, sure. So No More Heroes 2? I wouldn't even go that far, because no More Heroes 2 is fine. Besides, the only real issue with No More Heroes 2 is, arguably the lack of open world. And the fucking, what's it called? Jasper, the final boss. Like, quite frankly, I can already complain more about 3 than I can 2. Do you happen to know where Mr. Sholmes is? When we came out of the courtroom back into the defendant's antechamber, he disappeared. You're incredibly unforgiving of mediocre media. Yeah, like I said. Bad to me is not bad in the traditional sense. Bad to me is the absence of good. Saber is completely devoid of good. So I can just kind of be content to never think too hard about it.
What's your name?
I don't want to think about it anymore. Mr. Boom Bam Explosion Man, thank you for the follow. Love the name. Right now.
Oh no, I don't know. He just suddenly sprang to his feet and left. All he said was, I must leave.
What the fuck's he up to now? If he dyes his hair green next, I quit. Unique animation. Oh, is it him eating the paper? Okay. Insert funny kaboom bits here. Insert brain go boom here. I wonder if he's pursuing the mystery of Inspector Grayson's death.
Well, you know what Hurley's always saying, don't ya?
Don't touch my cocaine.
No, the other thing. There are mysteries in this world that should perhaps never be solved.
If that's... I'm probably gonna have a field day with Yakuza 4 and 5. Oh, no. Oh, no. Doesn't Ray eat papers too? I believe he did. Yeah, he did. That's right. I remember that.
There are mysteries in this world that should perhaps never be solved. For the constriction of a solution comes only at the expense of the destruction of something else.
Where the fuck do you pick this stuff up?
He knows very well that when you open someone else's old wounds, you often open your own too. But he just can't take his own advice and leave well alone. Solving mysteries is too important to him.
That's so true.
That's what I like about Hurley, after all.
I suppose that's a lot of the Great Detective in some ways.
So then, let's have tea, and then I'll give you a hand.
Oh, do you have time, Iris?
Yes, I finished this month's manuscript at last, with barely a day to spare before the deadline.
Oh, I'm so looking forward to it. A brand new story to read in the adventures of Herlock Sholmes.
You know, I always hide Hurley's violin in the days before that I have a deadline.
You do? Why? Are you trying to drive him more insane than he already is?
I'm sure that's very wise, Iris. How sensible of you. Now then, my dear fellows, let's make a plan of action before we continue our investigation.
What's all this we stuff? You didn't help us with the first half. You know something we don't? That Cowboy Bebop opening is real. It is official.
So how did it go in court this morning?
Well, we still don't know the truth about what really happened, but one thing's increasingly clear. Lord Von Zeeks definitely didn't do it.
Oh, goody! He'll be my Uncle Barry yet. Yes, that's right. We managed to uncover several new facts as well. Oh, really?
And there was another development, too. Kazuma. He's a bitch now.
Yes, it's quite clear now. The Kazuma-sama is not himself. The way he's acting, it's almost as if he's possessed. He's possessed by the ghost of prosecutors past, determined to mold him into a redundant character who's been done before. You hate to see it.
Ooh. I know. I mean, at the end of the proceedings earlier, he was like a bloodhound the way he was chasing down Mr. Vigil. I am so... I'm gonna keep saying Virgil, I can't help it. Chasing down Mr. Vigil's forgotten past. I was gonna say best, yeah, you know my thoughts on it. I don't want to keep harping on it because I feel bad. Making people like Stu feel bad when I keep bringing it up on the group watch. But just, yeah. Build is a good show. Build is a good show. It is not a great show. The fan base that thinks it's the best thing ever are kind of stupid. And all the things they think about it that make it great, the things that make it good, they like it for the wrong reasons. Like, if they can look past the flaws and at least like it for the right reasons, okay. But no, they think it's a serious and dramatic war story. You know, a war story that solves its war with a tournament arc. Twice! That's how wars are solved, kids. Very realistic. He's not normally so mercilessly persistent. Dude, if they use real folk blues, I don't know. Like I said, it won't make the show good. Like, it's cool that they're being loyal, it really is, but I need to see actual episodes before I say, oh, this is fine. What's going on in his head, I wonder? Build after dark? Do I like Build enough to watch it when I don't have to? We'll see. I'll think about it. Did I see Sholmes' cocaine stash? No! I'm just on drugs. A drug called Kamen Rider. I really need to sit down with Kazuma and try and understand what he's going through. If Gregson really was murdered the day before his body was discovered, then Lord Von Zieks has to be innocent, you see. Oh yeah, shit, Ren, I'm so sorry. I kept meaning to respond to that. Yeah, I saw it. I'm so sorry to hear that, dude. I hope you make a speedy recovery as possible. I hope your family's okay, and the guy who had asked you to the dance and everything. I hope everything works out, dude. You hang in there.
What, the day before? Well, that should be easy enough to work out. Just by examining the corpse, surely.
Yes, you would expect so, but curiously, no time of death was included in the autopsy report.
Yeah, we gotta go talk to Courtney's daughter, first and foremost. I'm assuming that's who that is, just because the last name's fucking Gore. I'm confused why that's the last name, and she's old enough to be married as well. Because what was it? Her maiden name was, like, Stevens or some shit, right?
That is curious.
There are still unanswered questions about Lord Von Zieks, though, aren't there? What do you mean?
I'm talking his measurements. I mean, what? I mean, what was he doing on Fresno Street that day in the first place? Ahoy, MD, how you doing?
Well, according to the man's testimony, he said he was investigating Inspector Gregson, didn't he?
Literally just started. I went off on a tangent because Kamen Rider and the Cowboy Bebop live-action remake, but we're good. It turns out that little room was actually the Inspector's secret office.
Oh, that sounds like it has all the makings of a wonderfully devilish plot.
You'll live, that's for sure. You're just worried about the people around. Yeah, understandable. We're doing all right, when we just got started. If you're sticking around, hopefully this can cheer you up a little bit. Hey, Fusion.
Oops.
If you check DGS autopsy report, she used to be Dr. Stevens, suggesting she was recently married. Oh yeah, I remember that. Yeah, they straight up pointed that out. The fact that some older reports from an old case in case 3 that she was Dr. Stevens, right? Or wait, did they point that out? Or did people tell? I forget. I'm losing my mind. Oh, okay, no, she was Dr. Stevens even just as Ace Attorney 1, if we go back in that. Okay. Alright, my bad. I got the brain holes. Hi, Chloe. Still no shiny Rowlet? I'm so sorry. Best of luck. I hope it picks up. What's your method? Do you have the shiny charm? Are you Mossad methoding? Eevee grinded Rockruff and Trubus. Nice. Why was that notice board there all covered in those particular papers? Papers about cases with a link to the Reaper. I'm starting to get a bad feeling about all this. Only just now am I starting to get a bad feeling about all this.
Oh dear, that sounds more like it's something horribly devilish.
We must start by looking into Inspector Gregson's movements as of late.
3-minute cutscenes are the method. Oh dear. Oh god, I'm so sorry. Godspeed.
I never imagined I might
I never imagined I might have to be investigating on an inspector's movements.
Well, according to the entry in his diary, he was carrying out an incognito investigation of the Red-Headed League the day before his death.
Is that how she talks?
Hello? I am your surgeon today. Internal bleeding, you say? Ooh.
Doctor, we are losing him!
Quick, get me the defibrillator!
Oh my god, turn off my fucking life support right now! I want that to actually happen now, please. You started an EU server in Genshin and you're running a C1 DPS, Barbara? Nice. That's a good... I've heard she's actually surprisingly decent at the role. Best of luck.
You mean he was doing the same thing as Hurley?
Well, Mr. Sholmes was trying to apply, whereas the inspector was trying to investigate. Allegedly.
I do wish it had been the other way around.
I feel so bad for Kokomi. Like, I knew she was gonna sell bad, but holy shit. Again, easy way to boost those sales. Give us a fucking anniversary banner. Just put up an anniversary banner with like an increased rate of the starter 5 stars or something. Or like have it work like the weapon banner where you choose one, and we'll get it no matter what after like so many rolls. Easy clap. I'd start a new donation goal to guarantee myself a gene. Do it, miHoYo. Cowards.
Anyways, it turns out the inspector who went to investigate the Redheaded League that day.
We watched a terrible season Saber, fantastic season Kaib. If we do what you suggested, it'd be a mix of both. That would be kind of funny.
Oh shoot, later, Minato.
It was her mom who asked for the defibrillator. Oh, my bad. Wasn't Greg's, that wasn't actually Gregson at all, though. It was Mr. Vigil in possession of Gregson's identification.
I'll get the defibrillator.
It is very hard to be ooh-woo in the mommy voice.
I'll get the defibrillator. Yes, I will.
I can't do it. I don't think it's possible.
You know what that sounds like to me?
Terrible? Cursed?
Establishing an alibi.
Oh my, yes, you're absolutely right, Iris.
Why would Gregson need an alibi?
It would appear that the inspector had something to do with it he wished to keep secret.
I don't believe it. I always thought he was just a harmless lover of fish and chips.
But perhaps they were seasoned with something a little more potent than salt and vinegar. Perhaps he is also high on copious amounts of cocaine. Flashbacks to the baby cafe. They didn't even talk like that there. Thank fucking God. Where the hell's your Deluxe, Ren? Best of luck, guys. We didn't get today's anniversary stream ended up being more about fucking fan art and work that they just shared on stream, so that was lame. But it is still apparently heavily rumored that there will be an actual live anniversary stream on the anniversary itself, being the 28th, so that's our actual last chance for really a real triple dog there or whatever. So fingers crossed. I hope they do something better, and I hope it benefits everyone. I hope we all get whatever the hell we want out of it.
I think perhaps we should try and move away from food analogies.
Anyway, if Lord Von Zieks felt the need to investigate Gregson...
Yes, I agree. We must try and find out what he knows.
I'm gonna pray for Jean. I'll pray for you to get your Deluxe secret. Same for you, JC. Same for you, Ren. Just 1 5 star is not gonna break the bank, especially not a standard one. Just be nice. For once in your miserable lives, be nice to people.
Vigil, you say? Isn't that the name of the lady who came to visit Hurley yesterday?
That's right, to ask Mr. Sholmes if he would help her find her missing husband.
Only Mr. Sholmes completely passed the buck to us. Actually, didn't you say Mr. Vigil had been taken to the hospital? Could I imagine the scenario being a free-to-play ever since the child role? And their strongest unit is C6 Eula? Is that a thing? Oh my god. I mean, Eula's pretty good. I can't wait to finally start using her again once Yoimiya and Sayu are maxed out on friendship. They're very close. Because she's fun. She's very unga-bunga. Do you know which one?
Ah, it's at St. Sinners.
Of course it is. God fucking damn it, I hate this place. Good on this fucking hospital to make the hotties look like professionals. Starting to wonder if all the other hospitals in London have closed down. Oh, Ryunosuke, my boy. He's, in a series where I've had a lot of spirit animals, he's up there. He's gotten up there in a very short amount of time. Oh yeah, I also hope the Child rerun is true, because a lot of people seem to want Child now. Child's just, Child's picked up in popularity randomly, kind of like Albedo, so I hope that rerun is true for y'all's sake.
That's amazing, Runo. You found the lady's husband already.
Well, kind of, I suppose. By accident.
Night-night, Murloc. I hope you feel better. Drink plenty of water. Get some nice soup or something. Courtney's daughter is waifu. How old is she? She seemed to be on the younger side, but she's got a different last name than both her maiden name and Scythe. Yeah, assuming she's Dr. Gore or whatever. So I don't know what's happening there. 10 years ago, while Mr. Vigil was the chief warder at the prison. Spoil it? If she's gonna be an actual character, I guess we'll get a portfolio at some point. It's just weird. Oh, never mind. 19? Okay, alright, that's fine then. He was responsible for overseeing the professor's incarceration.
No!
So when the convict escaped, he was held responsible and immediately dismissed.
Sometimes I really don't want to grow up.
Stay pure and small forever, Iris. There's more. For 10 years after that, while he was ostensibly working as a peddler, he also had another secret job. He was paid by Gregson to be his stand-in to impersonate the inspector. Who is Sandwich? Oh, right, did you just see that? Sandwich is Beppo, the omnibus driver from the first game, who is now stuck being a homeless man. It makes me very sad. Like, yes, he technically made more trouble for us in the McGilda case, but, like, he was just a sweet old man who was fucking freezing to death working a shitty night shift. Like, good God.
To impersonate Gracie, but why?
I have absolutely no idea.
Ginny was right. I'm starting to think all adults are up to no good now. Including you, Runo. I've seen the way you looked at that Barack guy. I thought you were with Holmesy. Are you one of them there manholes, Runo?
I haven't paid anyone to impersonate me.
That means he has ties to the professor and to Inspector Gregson, though. I do think we ought to pay a visit to Mr. Vigil, don't you?
Back to St. Sinners, then. Yeah, that is a lot of characters.
Well, I think it's clear now what we need to do, isn't it? Let us investigate, my dear fellows!
Oh, Iris, you're even more enthusiastic than usual today.
If anyone has anything to hide, my special Wilson shooting iron will set them straight. I'll bust a cap in your ass!
That? Water pistol?
It's stuff full of piping hot extra special blendamine.
Then I'm quite sure it'll be very effective. I better be careful not to hide anything. Well, it feels a little strange that Mr. Sholmes is nowhere to be seen, but still. Let's go see what we can find out. It's fine, Runo. It will not be the first or last time your bloodline gets searing hot liquid in the face. Cries and spilt hot coffee. Yes! We're slave on Manhor with pride.
Tommy, is that you? Do you want out, honey?
Phrasing? No! I didn't even mean it that way. I meant hot tea! And then hot coffee. No! Stop that. Tommy, go. No! I didn't even do it on purpose that time. No. Oh, I can't go anywhere. Still can't believe you finished the trilogy secret. That's a good-ass trilogy. Alright, this one has the exclamation mark, so I guess let's go talk to Virgil. Well, never mind, I guess. Then why the frickety frack was there an exclamation mark here? Ah, patient treatment notes. What did he say, I wonder? Endlessly obliging? I suppose that's referring to the patient in this bed. I would think so, and until Mr. Vigil is a little more stable. It's probably just as well that he has a kindly person in the neighboring bed.
The endlessly part is a little worrying, though, isn't it? I mean, what if Mr. Vigil suddenly declared that he'd like to take a trip out the window? Would this endlessly obliging patient simply open it for him and say, "Be my guest"?
Let's check with the doctor later.
Must be patient's treatment notes. Let's see. Tendency to jump from windows. Remember to place cushion at the base of the wall. You put a man who had a PTSD attack from remembering a suicide attempt right next to a fucking window? I don't know why we're in jail. The brain holes are back. This place sucks! Where the fuck is Dr. Hottie? We're out of jail. Thank you, help. We're a story up from the ground!
Oh dear, poor Mr. Vigil.
I can't help but feeling there's a better solution to the problem than a cushion. Finding something you lost isn't always a happy experience, it turns out. So the truth can be a very dark business sometimes.
Yes, I'm afraid it can.
This place sucks! Get me the fuck out of here. Jesus fucking Christ. Fucking pieces of shit. Yo, Godfrey. Wakey wakey, trial at stakey. Shaking my head.
No arguments, Prosecutor Ahsoki. You will continue with the trial exactly as I instructed. Is that clear?
Perfectly.
It's Kazuma-sama.
Defying Lord Strongheart by the sound of it. He never did know when to back down.
On your way now, Ahsoki.
My lord. You want to smack on the ass for good luck? Kazuma! Maybe it'll dislodge that stick up it. And he left without saying a word.
Yes! What are you doing here?
Just hoping to ask you a few questions, if you don't mind.
I wanted Von Zeke's trial concluded today. But Prosecutor Ahsoki's unwelcome inquiries are going to make it take longer than necessary.
Unwelcome inquiries?
As a result, I'm losing even more precious time. Currently 2 hours, 55 minutes, and 41 seconds. 42! 43!
Then we must resolve everything before 3 hours have passed, Mr. Naruhodo.
And a miraculous not even 5 minutes? Anyway, can't let the man's obvious bad mood put me off. I need information. Bruh. I should be the keeper of the Reaper. Does Prosecutor Ahsoki believe that Lord Von Zeeks is the Reaper?
I wouldn't know. It was 10 years ago in that fateful close trial that Lord Von Zeeks made a name for himself among the judiciary. But for the next trial he thought he'd lost.
He's just the Clock King from Batman, but voiced by Gilbert Gottfried. Can that actually happen, please? Real talk, if they ever actually use the Clock King in anything animated again, can he be voiced by Gilbert Gottfried? And can I mark that for the bullshit psychic powers?
I meant the ringleader of a criminal organization was acquitted, thanks to all the jurors being under duress.
But that's awful.
Oh, sorry, Ahsoki, the gay has arrived.
But I've been here the whole time.
I meant your boyfriend. Oi, toy, you seem like a tough.
Okay, leaving now.
The man's freedom was short-lived. He lasted just 3 days.
Yes, let me see. He died in a rock slide at his place of work, I believe.
Jesus Christ. That is a freak accident.
Correct. That was the inauguration of the Reaper of the Bailey.
I was gonna say, yeah, Jesus, if this is just conspiracy bullshit and somebody is actually causing all these deaths of people who have gotten away from Von Zeeks, like, holy shit. They, I will say, they seem to have done a very good job covering the trail by making the shit seem like freak accidents like that. Jesus. And people believe Lord Von Zeeks was responsible.
He was brought to trial himself, but it was shown to have been an accident.
So he must have had a solid alibi then.
Nevertheless, the mysterious deaths continue. In total, 16 persons perished in unusual circumstances, ostensibly at the hand of the Reaper. That's a long run of coincidences.
Well, the Reaper's true identity may well be revealed by this trial.
And the impact that revelation would have on the British public cannot be understated.
Even if the Earth comes to the Earth, you still think it's a bit much? Oh, no question. No, I said it even back when McGilda got burned alive. I was like, okay. By that point, it was clear he was evil, but like, I was like, okay, that's going a bit far. Being burned alive is about one of the most painful ways to die there is. Might be a bit much. Is that why it's a closed trial?
Precisely.
Especially because half these people probably aren't actually guilty of anything. I don't know why the need to kill them and make it seem like fucking Von Zeeks is cursed or whatever, but
Oh shoot! Crazy Uncle Pro Help, thank you very much! Crazy Uncle Help has gifted MD a sub. MD, enjoy your eggs and emotes. Or Kermits and emotes, I forget what tier you're on.
Arc Harmonica, all the way. Fuck yeah.
Thank you very much, Help.
Precisely.
Last week of September. Shameless shilling, shameless shilling, shameless shilling. Why is it a closed trial, bruh?
This country hasn't seen a close trial for 10 years.
I am already almost out of coffee, but I will get some sip. So the last one was the professors. The trial of Genshin Ahsoki. I still can't believe that's his name.
Correct.
Actually, we heard that originally. You were going to prosecute that trial yourself, Lord Strongheart. Any reason you may have backed out of that?
Von Zeeks entreated me to relinquish the prosecution to him, that he might avenge his brother's death. And here we are, 10 years later. With the son of the man Von Zeeks had condemned now looking to avenge his father's death in the same way. It's a vicious cycle, Ryunosuke!
They do say that what goes around comes around. Revenge. The most worthless of causes. Genshin Impact's reveal would have been too much for the public 10 years ago, clearly. Time is cyclical.
However, it would seem that the new young prosecutor is harboring some ulterior motive as well. I suspect he might be one of them there gays.
Cosmo is.
I felt like I like my organization to run smoothly, in the exact manner that I prescribe. And with the giant clock in here, I won't tolerate a single cog being out of step with the others.
I came dangerously close to saying something that was not clock or cog in the span of that sentence. He's pushing it. I'm sorry! I got the brain holes! I'm sorry, I guess Strongheart just oozes too much raw sexual energy. It makes me hungry. I was gonna say cook. So that's what the gears are all about.
If the young man refuses to mesh with the other parts of my great machine, I will be forced to take steps.
What do you mean?
Not something with which you need to concern yourself.
That's not fucking threatening at all.
In any case, your questions will all be answered tomorrow.
I don't believe you. We still have one case left.
Now I shall have to ask you to excuse me. As of this moment, I've been delayed from attending my next meeting by precisely 3 hours.
Oh my, that is a long time.
Wasn't he like 17 hours late last case? I think he's fine.
And I hold you entirely responsible.
Even though we miraculously managed to fit everything into not even 5 minutes? I wonder if you might agree to us, talking with Prosecutor Ahsoki?
Discussions between the defense and the prosecution outside of the courtroom are generally frowned upon. However, I will make an exception in this case. Now go. Find him in his office.
That's a weird angle. That is not a flattering angle, Strongheart. Look at that. He shifted his face slightly and gained 20 years. Oh, thank you.
Let's go see him at once, Mr. Naruhodo.
Cosmo's my best friend in the world, but I'm really not at all sure if I know how to talk to him at the moment. We gotta get that stick out of his ass. It's causing irreparable damage. Also, what the fuck? He has his own office now? Is it actually his, or did he just fucking steal Von Z's? He just stole Von Z's! Motherfucker! This absolute whore. He's taken everything from us. So this is the office of Prosecutor Ahsoki now, is it?
Kazuma-sama is doing so well for himself.
Susato, no. Even though he's always forced to kneel on the floor, Japanese style, in that dark corner. I was gonna say, yeah, the little toy set, yeah, he's trying to set up the crime scene.
It's his habit to sit Seiza wherever he's working.
Well, it looks like our journey here was wasted. Prosecutor appears to be out. That's why the office was unlocked.
Perhaps we should discuss things with another prosecutor we know first.
Ah, fair enough. We can snoop, though? Ooh. Let's see, what do we have here?
Mr. Naruhodo, it would be very underhand to glean information from Kazuma-sama's office while he's absent.
Huh?
We should wait until he's here before we start nosing around.
Of course, yes. She doesn't take any nonsense when it comes to Kazuma, does she? What, do you got a crush on him or something? Ooh. No fun. No fun allowed. Susato, you're a buzzkill. Alright. Well, I mean, Kazuma is currently dead last in the bowl, whereas Von Zeeks is currently, coming up first. It is only right that we go see him first, I suppose. Oh, did he actually get some new reading material? Thank God. Him just reading the same letter from Albert over and over again was so depressing. Like, good God. Iris, when did you get here? Has she been with us the whole time? What was she doing when we were talking to Strongheart? Hiding in one of the suits of armor? Iris, how'd you do that? Iris, are you a ghost, honey? She's being very quiet. She's scaring me.
Lord Von Zieks is reading, look.
Like fucking watching an animal in a zoo.
He doesn't seem like he wants visitors, does he?
But he must have noticed we're here, surely. Hey! Hey! Mary! Yo! Yo, Toots. What do you Nipponis want? Iris is British. What do you Nipponis want? That's no way to greet the lawyers trying his hardest to prove your innocence, is it? Trying to read my fanfictions. Perhaps not. Huh? I apologize, so what can I do for you, Mr. Naruhodo?
He likes us.
No, I didn't steal his office. Von Zieks left this to me in his will. Look, I, Barack Von Zieks, leave my office to my apprentice, who I've totally always known by the name of Kazuma Ahsoki, in the event that I get sent to prison on murder charges. See, it's all here! Kazuma wrote you that in Japanese. Shit.
Lord Von Zieks speaking earnestly? Swoon! Oh, the fog will lift over London for the first time in months tomorrow!
This does feel very, very strange. In a good way. Uncle Barry. Uncle Barry. Do it, Iris. Give him a nickname. Do it, do it, do it, do it, do it! I must say I was impressed. Oh, well, thank you. Not by you, by your fellow Nipponis, your prosecutor friend. Oh. Thanks. Let me put on my clown makeup. It's sardonic, don't you think? For a man such as me, so loathing of the Nipponis, to be entirely at the mercy of the two of you. I suppose. It's retribution for having played the part of the Reaper in all these years. Played the part? You weren't actually doing anything though, bruh. You once told me you gladly allowed people to believe you were the Reaper, because it helped reduce the amount of serious crime that took place in London. If keeping quiet and playing the part benefits the cause, a cause I myself am committed to pursuing, then why would I choose to say anything? But the henchman of the criminal killed by the Reaper attacked you only the other day. And that was just the most recent of many attempts on your life, wasn't it? Someone is clearly profiting from your silence about all this. Someone is using you. Believe me, ever since the Reaper first appeared, I've been doing my utmost to expose him. Or rather, expose the organization. It's a whole organization of it fucking would have to be, lady. They're way too far reaching. It's inconceivable that all those accidents were orchestrated by one man. No, the Reaper always appears to have a very accurate information about the accused in each case, which can only mean that somebody at Scotland Yard is involved.
Someone at... You can't mean...
It's taken me many years, but I finally identified the central figure in this Reaper organization. Tobias Gregson. I was trying to give her the benefit of the doubt. I was trying to say he was probably just investigating it. And that's why he had the billboard. But this actually had crossed my mind. No, I thought he was probably actually in on it.
No! That can't be! Think of all the YouTube comments sipping for him. He can't be fucking evil.
Gregson, the Reaper. I mean, that part's wrong. Obviously, he's not the head of the snake. Obviously, he's not the big fish. Fucking knocked Gantz the big fish and decided to cut him out. Probably because of the fact that he was clearly getting cold feet about it. I'm planning to fucking just want out of it, but yeah, I don't think this is something you can get out of. Gregson, the Reaper! So the reason you were investigating Inspector Gregson is because you intended to expose him as the Reaper.
As I said, the Reaper of the Bailey is no single person.
Is that why Gina lived then? I don't know. Like I said, because he was falling out of favor even by the first game. Because we found that fucking hit list. I don't know what he did wrong even before the events of the first game, but he was on the same batch of names as people like Kazuma and Watson or Wilson. So I don't know if he just been getting cold feet and like wanting out of the organization or what the hell happened. But like he did something to like get thrown to the bottom of the ladder. And probably knew it, hence why he was planning to flee with Gina. So the actual time the Reaper killed in these games, Eggert was just completely unrelated? Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I meant to say that, yeah, obviously McGilda was actually an exception.
It's a highly secret organization with close-cut ties to Scotland Yard. But there's no doubt that Gregson was a key member of the organization.
I don't believe it.
Are you saying that that he was behind those awful crimes? All those awful criminals meeting there?
Gregson didn't do the dirty work himself.
I'm not so sure about that.
Oh?
He was the tactician. His job was to covertly investigate the Marks and plot their assassinations.
Okay. I mean, that's, quite frankly, that's just as bad. I'm sorry. Fuck this character. Good fucking god. If this turned out to, if I was right on this point, I knew I was gonna be in. There are YouTube comments simping for this goddamn man. There are YouTube comments responding to me being a shit to Gregson, talking about how cool he is. Man willfully aided in a fucking mass murder pyramid scheme for years. I'm sorry. Being nice to one girl after you tried to frame her for murder. That does not make up for it. Like, good fucking god. I'm sorry if you... I know I'm not one to talk. I married Hubert. I know all about having shit taste in men. But you are simping for a literal fucking murderer who looks like a goddamn toe. Seek help.
In order to do that without arousing suspicion, he regularly needed a firm alibi.
Which is where Mr. Vigil came in, posing as the inspector. Yep, okay, so yeah. I was right on that point too, yeah, so he would use Vigil as his stand-in to make it seem like he was still doing regular police work for the Yard, for the people who weren't in on it. While he could go off and do his schemey thing. Motherfucker. Again, at least I can understand people simping for Edelgard. At least Edelgard's supposedly pretty. At least Edelgard is allegedly attractive. I'm sorry, Gregson, he has a towhead.
Ugh. Vigil knows nothing of the Reaper, but the room he rents on Fresno Street was almost certainly the headquarters of the operation. Gregson would have met the assassin there for briefings.
So we don't actually know who carried out the killings, then.
Actually, I do have a name.
You what?
Well, if you can name the man, then you have the Trinity of the Reaper already, then.
Or if I can name the woman.
That's fine. We don't discriminate. Women can be mass murderers, too. She's a young woman by the name of Asa... Okay, that might be the actual worst one. That might be the actual worst one in any of these games. Bruh. Bruh. Oh my fucking god. Are you fucking shitting me? Wait, what? Shin? I was gonna say, she's not even, like, like, unless she was in heavy makeup, she's not even, like, Asian. Like, what the fuck is that last name? That's some Jaden Sheba bullshit. Why is that her fucking name? So we just need to find a damn name. Grime Sleeper. Remember That's a Rebel? That's a Rebel was less cringe than this. Again, unless she had heavy makeup on at the time, and is not actually Japanese or of Asian descent of any kind. Like, cause she was continually described as a British woman, a British gentlewoman. So why the actual fuck is that her name? That's a Rebel was stupid. She was also she was also fucking a self-hating racist if she was. Like, no, I think she was actually supposed to be British, so what the fuck is that name? Jesus fucking Christ. Maybe that's why we never see her eyes again. Would kind of be a big brain move, but unless she's a self-hating racist, then I don't think that tracks. Miss Asa Shin, the true name of a terrifying killer I know only too well. Oh shit, that confirms what I thought then. That they could actually go to other countries if they wanted to. I was like, I don't think Albert or Gina are actually technically safe, even if you move them. Or Soseki, it's just that they weren't necessary to be actual targets. They just happened to get prosecuted by the Reaper. They weren't actually directly involved or targets of whatever the hell this is. Those are cases that Bonzeeks only took because of their what's it called? Because he wanted to fight Ryunosuke in court again. She came to Japan posing as a visiting student and murdered Dr. John H. Wilson. Then, just when it seemed that the diplomatic protection would help her escape Japan and conviction, the mysterious woman was herself murdered at a small summer beach hut. And that woman was actually the Reaper of the Bailey? I mean, one of them. Was she really? She can't have been the only one, because this shit's still been happening, right? Like, she was in Japan for a decent amount of time. I found it very hard to believe that it was just one person causing all of these. That reporter saved London from the Reaper? Yeah! Zeke was on leave for a few years, yeah. I assume it has at least 2 members, yeah. Well, I mean, obviously it has a shit ton of people. Fucking knock against the head. Gregson was the strategist. And then she was at least one of the hands, but I'm saying I think there was more than one hand. I don't know if just one person could kill this many people. Especially when so many of them seemingly involved, like, arranging accidental deaths. I don't know. They might explain at some point. I was gonna say, yeah, that also means that, yeah. So she went to Japan to assassinate Wilson, who was part of the same fucking list she was on. Like, what the fuck? Like, granted, like, her actual death was accidental. Or, not accidental, but you know what I mean. Like, her actual death I don't think was planned. Like, that was Bob acting on his own. But, like... Good God. What the fuck did she do to warrant getting on it? Jesus Christ.
Mr. Naruhodo, this isn't the place to discuss.
No, of course not. We can't mention it here. Like, yeah, I don't think Benny Memo was in on the conspiracy or anything. It's just weird. Like, what were they planning to do to her if not Benny Memo? Granted, I mean, Gregson was still alive all this time, so I guess they were just planning to get to her much later. And Bob just saved them the trouble. No, of course not. We can't mention it here. I was gonna say, please don't tell me this is how Iris finds out about her dad. Good God. The fact that she killed Dr. John H. Wilson. Because Iris doesn't know, and it's very likely that the man was her father. Asa Shin. I should let father know at once. Yes, I agree. I know it was never established officially to be a hit list, but like that's the only thing that makes sense. That's the only reason that it makes sense for Sholmes to have covered up Cosimo, the fact that Cosimo is alive, and now fucking everyone else on that list is dead. I have to assume hit list. It's the only thing that I don't know.
Kazuma, isn't it? Kazuma Ahsoki. You say he's a friend of yours.
My best friend. He's the whole reason I got to come to Britain. It was all on his merits. I have nothing but respect for him.
Yes, I understand that only the best students are selected for such opportunities. And I had a fine demonstration of how sharp he is in the proceedings earlier today. He missed nothing. In fact, his flawless performance very much reminded me of his father.
Genshin Ahsoki, the professor.
It's true the aristocracy at the time was the root of numerous grave societal problems. They were abusing their power, playing with the common man's as pawns in politics, in economics, in war. In many ways, Ahsoki was carving out a canker from society that we British couldn't deal with ourselves.
Ah, I see.
But that's precisely why it makes no sense. Clint Von Zieks was a noble and upstanding man. He wasn't corrupt. So why did that damn Nipponese have to go and take my brother's life? In spite of having once saved mine.
He saved your life? How'd that happen?
We live in a society. Gamers rise up.
Did he give you 10 free rolls in Genshin? Because he has to do a lot better than that.
It was 10 years ago on a foggy night. What was to be the professor's final strike had sent a wave of panic throughout the capital.
So Clint Von Zieks had already been killed at this point, then.
Genshin and I were walking down some back streets at the late hour. Of course, at that point, I had no idea of the true nature of the man at my side. All of a sudden...
Don't make a peep, you're coming with us! Oh, man!
We were surrounded. All of our assailants were armed with pistols, their faces obscured by scarves. Clint was not only from noble heritage. Those 10 pulls along got me a gene twice.
Okay, totally worth it.
Whoa, slow down. 10 whole rolls is awfully generous. They should probably cut it in half. Twice. 2.5 rolls. He was an average fighter, but he was a brilliant scientist.
Prosecutor. Same. Ahsoki Genshin looks like a 7-star character. I don't know. No offense, Cosmo, your dad looks more like an NPC. He looks more like an NPC that would talk for 20 minutes at a time with no voice acting and make me really angry and bored.
The scum of London hated the sight of him, and they had no sympathy for his younger brother either. I've been targeted several times before already.
It's because he's too pretty, isn't it, you jealous motherfuckers?
Yeah, it's Von Zieks, all right. We got him!
I could hear them murmuring amongst themselves. I knew they were after me. But just when I thought my time had come...
If I let them kill you, Clint would never forgive me. Kazuma's dad is Sean Connery. Confirmed. It was Ahsoki's voice, just a whisper in my ear. After that, I don't remember exactly what happened. The next thing I knew, there was silence all around. Genshin lay on the cobbled street. Blood was seeping from his left hand. He'd shielded me. What a Chad. 2 days later, they arrested him. Yeah, it seems like Kazuma's dad was a good guy, and apparently all the British nobles he murdered were assholes. So I'm gonna assume that either there's something about his brother that Barack doesn't know, or it was accidental somehow. Yeah, the actress is based. Holy shit, what a Stacy. I have to read that full article later. Seems cool, though. On suspicion of being London's most notorious mass murderer ever, the Professor. Is he even the Professor? That's also a possibility, honestly. Yeah, no, he could have just been a fall guy. For all I know, for all I know, fucking Strongheart himself is the Professor, and just used him as a fall guy. Because, yeah, like, that stuff isn't lining up.
How awful for you.
All at once, I lost the brother I revered, and the foreign friend I held in such high regard. I'm so sorry, Lord Von Zeeks. Can I call you Barack? We're all friends here now, right? That's the end of my miserable tale. I never thought I'd recount it to anyone. Well, thank you for confiding in me.
The Professor, the Reaper, and Inspector Gregson. I wonder just how intimately related they all are.
I still can't quite believe that Gregson was essentially the Reaper. Giving assassination orders to Giselle Brett.
Mr. Naruhodo, let's go and inform my father. I'm sure our government will want to hear about this new information.
Oh, that means I get to meet your daddy, Susie! Hooray!
Where do you think you are right now, Iris? She's being a little too happy-go-lucky about this. We're talking about some pretty heavy shit. Oh. Yeah, alright. Let's head back to the Great Waterloo Hotel, then. Acting as Yaiba made her realize she and other actresses went into more stereotypical feminine traits when playing female characters. Ah. Let Iris stay happy, that's fair. She's gonna have to find out about her fucking dad at some point over this case. Let her be happy before that bullshit has to happen.
I thought it yesterday and I think it again today. This place is so princely.
What's that? Government conspiracy? Can't hear you. You're breaking up.
I'm standing right in front of you, Father.
I'm going into a tunnel.
Did Mom ever cheat on you, Dad?
It's a wild guess, but I have a feeling you'll think the same tomorrow, too.
My tea has a finer fragrance than whatever they're serving in the tea room here, though, wouldn't you say?
Ah, look who we have here. This is an unexpected pleasure. Papa.
Father!
Oh, is this your daddy, Susie? How lovely. I like his mustache.
What a charming young lady you are.
She does look like Mickey Mouse. I don't know what this new getup is, but it's quite goofy looking. Cute, but goofy.
Oh, really? So you're the author of The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes, you say?
That's me, Iris Wilson, at your service, sir. Susie's been such a wonderful friend to me over the last year, you know?
Yeah, it is apparently stereotypically feminine. Closer in personality to the actual actress, that's cool. That's good.
Well, Miss Wilson, I must say, I read your work regularly and with much interest.
Iris actually lives with Mr. Sholmes, you know, Father.
Is that so? Well, perhaps that goes the same way to some way to explaining the bright look in your eyes. He's not giving you any of his special blend of tea, is he?
Oh no, I make it myself.
Good. Don't get hooked on that Colombian white. It's dangerous this young.
Tee-hee.
Wouldn't be smiling so airily if you knew just how bright she is, believe me.
She knows everything. Now then, young Naruhodo, it was a pleasure seeing you again in action earlier. As an invitee of the symposium, I was allowed to observe from the gallery. After I twisted some arms, literally, I'm the arm wrestling champion. And I must say, it was a truly exemplary performance.
Oh, well, thank you very much. Although I'm fairly sure you omitted by Kazuma on the end there. Nah, come on, he's cool. He realizes that we're the true Chad. Kazuma's got to stick up his butt. He's not cool right now.
No, please don't misunderstand. It was you who impressed me.
Aww. Really?
You didn't miss a step against Ahsoki, and we all know how capable he is.
Aww.
Really, to have matured into such a fine defense lawyer in less than a year is quite extraordinary.
That's very kind of you to say so. And really nice to hear.
What I saw in court today confirmed what I've been hoping for. The favor I mentioned yesterday, Naruhodo. I trust you haven't forgotten.
Oh, no, you did mention something, didn't you?
But first, we have something to report, Father.
Of course. Shall we take tea while we discuss matters further?
I wonder where Judge Jigoku has gone to. I completely forgot about that. Sir, I'm gonna need to see your alibi. I'm gonna need to see your alibi for whatever his actual fucking time of death is. Would that make sense, though? I don't know. He found a new treasure map. Like, I wonder what the fuck his role in all this is then, though, actually. Because if he were another, like, actual physical assassin, would they have needed to send, fucking Jezebel over to Japan in the first place if he was already stationed there? That's a little weird. Actually, I don't know what the fuck his role's gonna be in all this. It's clearly something. But that part just registered with me. Huh.
Father, you know about the so-called Reaper of the Bailey?
I've heard rumors some members of the judiciary explained it all to me yesterday. Of course, when I was a visiting student here in London, the Reaper was yet to emerge.
Right, he didn't appear until after the case when the visiting students had already returned home.
Lord Von Zieks, who was in the dock today. That was Barack, the younger brother of Clint Von Zieks, I believe.
That's right, and he's known throughout London as the Reaper, as you've heard. But the truth is, it wasn't him behind all those mysterious deaths. It was somebody else.
I see. So what you're saying is there's been a professional killer at work here.
You catch on fast. How much do you already know, old man? Exactly. Someone by the name of Asash. Yeah, I'm sorry, that's the worst one. That is absolutely the worst one in the franchise. That's Rebel, I'll be your guide. Those are all less cringe than Asashin. Like, come on!
I beg your pardon? Did you say Asashin? That's a fucking stupid name! What the fuck is wrong with these people? Who would name their child that? That's fucking evil! You mean that Giselle Brett woman who's responsible for killing my great friend?
Oh no! A friend of yours was killed?
Oh, we fucked up. Oh, we fucked up. Please don't say his name. Please don't say his name. I don't want to have this conversation with her yet. We just watched a man commit suicide last time. This is a happy stream, please. Professor Mikatoba, I think perhaps we shouldn't talk about this right now.
There's a small child in the room.
The friend the professor was talking about is Dr. John H. Wilson.
And that's something what I was to find out about.
Not like this! The fucking names. I did admittedly forget about Dead Man. Okay, this and Dead Man are the worst. Professor, we shouldn't talk about this right now, so let's talk about it right now.
Aha! I've just remembered something. Biscuits! This hotel has the most delicious looking biscuits.
That was rather out of the blue.
Yo, Iris, you want some motherfucking biscuits? Let's go get some motherfucking biscuits and let the nice men talk.
She's doing this deliberately.
I think I'll go and see if I can purchase some. I wonder, would you like to come too, Iris?
Oh, yes. You just try and leave me behind.
She's so smart.
So that young girl is called Iris Wilson, is she?
Yes, that's right.
And she's the author of all those adventure stories, starring the great Detective Sholmes. But the name of the creditor author isn't Iris, is it? It's Dr. John H. Wilson.
Yes, I know. That's the name of her father, you see.
Her father?
Nah, actually, I'm not hungry right now. Well, too bad.
Dr. John H. Wilson. I was deeply indebted to the man for all the kindness he showed me during my time in London. That's why I was so keen to reciprocate and invite him to the Imperial Yume University all those years ago. 4 years ago, same thing.
But he was murdered last year by Giselle Brett. Why? Why would the hand of the Reaper stretch all the way to Japan? Iris knows nothing about that case, but it seems very likely that the victim, Dr. Wilson, was her father.
Well, I can't say that we ever spoke about his family, so I don't know if he had a daughter or not. But I think I can say with some certainty that he was never the great detective's partner.
I did think it was it was weird that they had Herlock Sholmes be a character and yet killed off the Dr. Watson XP really quick, but what? Make your days better, what you know? Aw, Red, no problem. Like I said, glad I can cheer you up if even a little bit with everything going on right now. Glad you're having fun. You're very welcome. Could have been another Dr. Wilson? That really doesn't make sense.
Well, John and Wilson are both common names after all.
I mean, yeah. But this is Ace Attorney.
Still, it's probably best not to mention this to the young lady until we can be sure.
That's what we thought, yeah.
We're back with cinnamon biscuits.
Jesus Christ, that was fast! Oh, they smell delicious, Iris.
I think cinnamon will go very well with the tea they serve here, don't you, Susie?
Yes, I'm sure you're right, Iris.
This is Ace Attorney, where Asashin and dead men freely roam the streets, exactly.
Who is Monica? What does Monica do? Is Monica beyond good or evil? Is Monica a suspect? Monica is all. Haven't you heard?
I still can't believe Monica's game comes out on my birthday. That's cray. Picks the Wilson option again. Susato!
Oh, look at that, we need more biscuits.
I haven't seen Judge Jikoku for a while, have you?
Guilty!
That guilty is still ringing in my ears. I bet that's what you wish you could have said when I first fucking pinned out, fucking Asashin.
Now that you mention it, I haven't seen him since this morning either.
Only this morning? Really? Okay, maybe I'm off base with that then.
I suppose since the symposium's opening was postponed, he'll have gone to explore the Great Exhibition.
That reminds me of something you mentioned yesterday. About Judge Jikoku once having been in the dock himself.
Ah, yes, it was all tied up with that accursed trial.
The close trial of Kasuma's father. Of course he was also involved in that.
Seishiro was trying to mitigate Genshin's guilt, so he took the stand to testify. But he got a little carried away and, actually managed to break the witness stand.
Raw.
Oh my!
He also said some contemptuous things about the British Empire, for which he was charged.
He's very strong. Strong enough to murder a man with his bare hands? Possibly. Oh dear, although it's worryingly easy to imagine him doing that.
Well, it was all right in the end. He was acquitted and we returned to Japan together. I played college ball, you know.
Thank goodness.
Nano machines, my boy.
Those don't exist yet.
Yes, they did. I invented them this morning.
Ah, yes, speaking of Seishiro, I have a copy of the photograph we all took together here yesterday. Please.
Aww. This would be so cute if not for the fact that there's an evil man behind us. And also a pirate. I'm kidding. Mikato's fine. We had a minor discussion about this in the Discord the other day. About the idea of, like, how awful he is for abandoning his daughter or whatever. Like, I do get it. I probably would not have made the same call in his position, abandoning my newborn child, but, like, I get it. It was his lifelong dream. You have to distract yourself from the grief somehow. She was with his mom, at least. It's not like she grew up with no family whatsoever. I get it. I don't begrudge him for it. Sade turned out just fine.
Oh, what a lovely picture.
Certainly seems to shout we arrived in Britain. I don't think Chikoku's capable of smiling, unless it's to make fun of the idea of us being guilty of a crime.
None of us had any idea what was coming when we took that, did we?
No, that's true.
So, you mentioned a favor you'd like to ask me.
Well, this fateful trial that you're fighting, one way or another, it will be over before long. I could break the queen in two with me bare hands! Arr. When it is, I'd like you to accompany me back to Japan.
You want me to...
What?
Father? What's the meaning of this?
You know shit's gonna get dangerous. If this is only trial 4, then good fucking god, I cannot imagine what the fuck's gonna go down for 5. Like I said, I knew Gregson was not making it out of this game alive, and I thought for sure he would be the last victim, if anything. The fact that we're only on case 4 is very concerning.
Now, Susato, you shall understand. You've seen how our courts work firsthand. Japan's judicial system is in its infancy, especially when it comes to defense.
Oh, you mean...
The Supreme Court of Judicature is in desperate need of a good defense lawyer. As soon as possible. Really quite urgently, in fact.
But I've not even been in London for a year yet. I have a boyfriend. I have 2 boyfriends.
I've read all of Susato's reports. I'm well aware of your extraordinary talents. And having seen you in action with my own eyes earlier today, there's no question. You, Naruhodo, are precisely the man our country needs.
I can't leave. I have bloodlines to create. I gotta end up in Japan aboard you somehow.
So, you'd be leaving then, Runo?
Oh, I basically have a kid. I can't leave.
But then what am I supposed to do, Father?
You came here to serve as Ahsoki's judicial assistant.
Oh yeah, she's supposed to be Kasuma's assistant. What? No! Okay, never mind. Why would you want me to go back and have your own fucking daughter stay here? What?
Our government is still in the process of deciding how best to deal with his situation, though. I'm dropping the NTR hammer. You've always chosen your own path, Salto, and I trust your judgment. In this matter also.
Father?
Please, the pair of you, don't look so downcast. It's merely a suggestion, you understand. A hope, if I am honest. But I won't force you.
Okay. I'm still confused, though, that if it's not for our safety, then why are you acting like this is an urgent thing?
All I ask is that you consider it and come to a decision by the time the trial concludes.
Yes, alright. I can't leave her! I cannot leave this small child, bruh! Look at those eyes! Absolutely not.
You won't leave, will you, Bruno?
The thought hadn't even crossed my mind. Up until now, I've just been trying to do what I believe to be Cosmo's will. But it turns out he's still alive, so... where does that leave me?
Well, if you'll excuse me now, I need to telegram government ministers and the Japanese police with the information about Asashin.
Of course, Father, thank you.
I've got my own war to fight.
I look forward to the next month's installment, Miss Wilson.
Oh, good, and please do come to Baker Street sometime, won't you? We'd love to entertain you.
I would be delighted. The best of luck for tomorrow, Naruto. And give my suggestions your full consideration, won't you?
Yes, I will. Going back home?
You know, Kazuma-sama has always meant a great deal to my father. I'm sure he'd love the chance to meet with him and talk about all of this.
Yes, no doubt. Asashin. I'm sorry, I just can't get over that name. What the fuck, Capcom? Really? Of course, it's so obvious! It's Goblin spelled backwards! Holy shit! Oh! Of course it's him.
Oh my god, it's Dracula backwards! How could I have neglected to consider the possibility before now?
Ah, Mr. Schultz!
Hurley, where have you been?
Why, I joined you all for tea, of course. What an extraordinary question. I've been here all along. I live inside you forever.
I didn't
Notice you at all. He's like a ninja.
No matter, no matter. Anyway, to more pressing concerns, Mr. Naruto.
Oh, yes?
I must dispatch a telegram to your country at once. It's a matter of much urgency.
To Japan, you mean?
It's Goblin spelled backwards. This is their kingdom.
They're eating her! And then they're going to eat me! Oh my god!
Tell me, to whom can I entrust the task? Quickly now, who?
well, my father literally just left to do the same thing.
I see. I don't like that man. He's trying to take my husband away. No can do. Not reliable enough for a bearded fellow.
I don't think what father sports could be considered a beard, Mr. Sholmes.
Not a moment to lose. Kindly ask your trusty, unshaven father to see this is sent.
I will, but what is it?
No questions at this time, if you please, Mr. Toto. All we can do is pray. That for once, my deduction is awry.
Doesn't that imply that your deductions are normally correct, Mr. Sholmes?
Which isn't exactly now then! Look at the pretty body! You may be surprised to learn I'm a very busy man. I certainly have no time to hide behind CTs and eavesdrop on other people's conversations.
So that's what joining us for tea meant.
I leave the setting of this in your hands then, my dear fellows.
He flies away like fucking Batman. Wait a minute, Mr. Shalbs! You're starting case 2. Novell just showed up, gave you the role of Edgeworth. Nice.
He just sort of ran off, didn't he?
And left the unpaid bill for his tea behind, too. What a gentleman. Iris, if this doesn't work out, I'm taking you in the divorce.
I must catch up with father at the telegraph office at once.
And I'll run and call us a cab. Straight away.
And there was me thinking everyone would be clamoring to pay Mr. Sholmes' bill. Who do you think you're dealing with? Oh, I can't look at anything. Oh my god. That's sus. Alright. Mr. Vigil back in his bed yet? It's either that or, I thought for sure it might be the warden's office, if anything, but that was grayed out.
This is the order Mr. Vigil was brought, apparently.
To be frank, I'm a little worried about seeing him again. Ah, the lawyer. Hello again.
Are you feeling better now, Mr. Vigil?
Oh god, that form looks awful. I kinda hope that's fake. That does not look very good. His hair isn't white. I'm a little sad, not gonna lie. I kinda wanted it to go full Virgil. Again, he's already got the Capcom colors of everything. Would have been perfect. Yes, thank you. Somewhat better. I'm so sorry to have caused you. I mean, it was because of me. If I hadn't exposed your secret and forced you to remember things you obviously try to forget. The prosecutor was here until a few moments ago, too. You just missed him. I can't do a Dan Southworth impression, are you kidding me? That man is an IRL Uber Chad. I'm a fat white girl. I can't even hope to fucking emulate that man's raw energy. His nasally, beautiful Chad energy. Cosmo beat us to it. What do I sound like when I do virtual quotes? I just do it's just the virgin voice. Because he does the nasally thing, except he actually sounds threatening. Mother. Yeah. This may be fun. He said much the same as you. He was very apologetic. But the truth is, I brought all this upon myself. Please, don't think like that. Wonder if we'd see black psycho locks on him, oh my god. Probably. Keeping it from Evie, my wife, all these years, I've carried such a sense of guilt. But that's not the worst of it. Over time, I obviously came to deceive myself as well.
You mean about your dismissal?
Looking back now, I'm beginning to think that perhaps Inspector Gregson didn't stumble across me by accident at all. Hey, Pump! I mean, he compensated me so generously for acting as his stand-in. He was clearly concerned for my well-being and doing what he could to help. Who is this guy? This is, you remember Shipper Lady? This is her husband. She's a lucky lady. He's very pleasant. He's also Virgil. He did have a mental breakdown. So perhaps Gregson knew exactly what had become of Mr. Vigil all along then. I mean, depending on how entrenched he was in the Reaper shit even back then. He may have picked him to be his little stand-in as a way of making up for possibly framing him in the first, because like I hope we get, I imagine we're gonna get the full story out of this conversation, because like I don't know, like even if Genshin was not actually the professor, or whatever the hell was going on there. I have a hard time believing that he was able to convince a random jailer to help him escape in that short period of time. So, like, was he also just a fall guy? I'm sure this is just desserts for the 10 years of lies and deception, but... It wasn't me that helped the professor escape 10 years ago! It wasn't me! There we go. Hey! I should just shut my big fat mouth and just wait for them to explain sometimes. If you help me get out of here, I'll give you 12 Primo Gems. 12 Primo Gems? That's almost half of a roll! It's not even, it's like 1/8 of a roll. Good God. Pump, we regroup with Barack. Touched base there. He, dropped the bombshell that the whole reason he was following Gregson around is because he has pinpointed Gregson as being one of the ringleaders of the Reaper conspiracy. He was the quote-unquote strategist. He would be the one who actually planned out the assassinations and sucked the actual killers on whoever was being targeted. So Gregson's a fuck, basically. Nothing new there. Then we had T with Susate's dad. We almost dropped the bomb of Iris's dad being dead, but then Susate's dad implied that Dr. John Wilson might not have actually been her dad, and said that he wasn't actually the Watson equivalent that we thought he was this whole time. Also, the evil Southern lady's real name was Asa Shin. It's really bad. Even a $1 payment is that for one roll. Oh yeah, JC, fucking the Primo Gem shop. Yeah, $1 doesn't even get you. It's a bad system. It's terrible, terrible fucking going rates. It's a scam. Don't fall for it, kids. Do as I say, not as I do. And now we're reuniting with this spam. That's about it. I swear it. I swear it's true.
Oh, Mr. Vigil.
I'm sure you'd rather not dredge up even more of your past at this time, but... if possible, could you tell us exactly what really happened? I want to. I need to get all of this off my chest. I want someone to tell me what I should have done. I mean, that's not gonna help. That's just gonna make you regret even more whatever actually happened, but by all means. Inspector Gregson was obviously engaged in a special operation of some sort. He was investigating something that even Scotland Yard couldn't know about. Details of the Reaper marks, yeah. It was when he had to carry on those investigations that I would take his identification and impersonate him. You'd pretend to be the inspector and carry out the investigations on his behalf. Oh no, never! A common street peddler couldn't possibly carry out a proper police investigation. All I would do is go to the specified location and make a little hoo-ha. Just something to leave an impression, so everyone there would think a detective called Gregson was here. Yeah, okay. I was gonna say, I'm not sure what's up with his kind of weird animations, but, it's kind of neat.
So that's what you were doing on the day prior to the incident?
Bad news? Oh no. Yes, he asked me to make an appearance at the park in the line for the Red-Headed League event. Yeah, no, like I thought this was what I thought might be going on. Literally just establishing an alibi, so that people in at the yard who weren't actually in on it, would you know still not suspect anything and think that he was just doing his job as usual, when in actuality he was doing shit for I keep wanting to call him Gant because he's just shaping up to be fucking Gant again. Male heart, strong heart. Gilbert, you think that form is real? God damn it. Why do the redheads detain him? Because they're idiots. Because they're idiot small-time crooks who got very, very scared when an actual investigator, as far as they knew, showed up to question them on what they were doing. So they just fucking panicked. They're not very smart boys. So as usual, I used the inspector's identification and was very vocal about my presence.
But then you were taken prisoner by those red-headed fraudsters.
Yes. So you would always make a point of showing Gregson's identification and generally being loud. That's what the inspector asked me to do, yes. Oh, it's a new one. Oh, shit. Okay. That's funky. I actually feel better then, because it looked, my issue, why I didn't like it was that it looked nothing like Revice. I thought it was like a weird mid-season upgrade, but it's a new one. Okay, that's fine.
Well, that's one way of becoming a legendary detective, I suppose. Not a good one, though.
Wonder if he wanted to kill Gina? I don't think he wanted to kill Gina. I will give him that much. I think he genuinely, you know, like, grew to care about Gina. I don't think it was necessarily as altruistic as the Simpson, the YouTube comments seem to think it was. I think it was more about making up for his own guilt, rather than, you know, actually genuinely coming to care about her that much, or, you know what I mean, guilted into caring about her, basically. But no, like, whatever the reasoning for, like, he definitely cared about Gina. Yeah, he could have killed her at any chance. But, yeah. Generally speaking, I think Gregson, no, this just confirms it. I'm not gonna keep harping on it. Again, if you simp for Gregson, please, check yourself. Get help. Like, no, I can't even, yeah, no, killing Gina wouldn't even have been his downfall, I don't think, like I said. Because he was already on that hit list, and I do still think it was a hit list. So I don't know what the fuck he did even before Gina came into the picture, but like he was clearly already he had clearly already done something that warranted getting chopped out of the organization. I don't know what the hell that would have been, but as you know, I started this. Oh, come on! Oh my fucking god, there's so fucking many of them. Jesus Christ. Oh, the autoban works though. Oh, that's good. Okay, all right. I thought maybe it had been working, and I just wasn't getting notified. Okay, so we still get notifications for them, but the autoban does work. Thank you, Saribot. Shout out to Saribot. If it keeps happening, I'll just disable follows. But at least the autoban does work. Okay, thank God. I was waiting to test that out. As you know, I suffered this bruise around my neck at their hands. But the following day, they kept their word and released me. Without returning the inspector's identification to you, however. We had arranged to meet in Fresno Street, room at 5 that day, so I could report back to the inspector. Get fucked, Hoss! But the agreed time, that's when I heard the gunshot. It was at midnight, 17th June, 10 years ago. That was the time scheduled for the execution. But the professor's execution never actually took place, did it? Your thought was that he was getting close to the Reaper and someone wants to come, but this kind of throws a wrench into it. Like I said, JC, I had figured it out that it was one or the other. That he was either investigating the Reaper shit on his own and was too close to it, or that he was in on it and getting cut out of the organization. Admittedly, I guess I should be prepared to eat my words. I guess they can always throw a servant around. Oh, surprise, he wasn't actually in on it. He was just investigating, but, I feel like it makes a little more sense this way. Not even just because of my dislike for him, just he consistently seemed like he knew a little too much.
Rather, the execution itself must have been used to the effect used to affect the plan of escape. I hardly dare to imagine what a chilling plan it was. Barclay was renowned for being the highest security prison in the country. Everything that went in or out of the place was searched multiple times. But there was one notable exception. Or rather, one notable loophole. Something that was never questioned. No cavity searches. Genshin hit a sword up his butt. That's how he got out. I have a feeling I know what the loophole was now. The coffins in which the bodies of the executed convicts were placed into, correct? Yes. Once the coroner confirmed the death of a condemned convict, the body was taken to its coffin, immediately buried, taken in its coffin for immediate burial in the Lowgate Cemetery just behind the prison. I will get some sip. I am officially out of coffee. I will have to get up and get a drink in a minute. This implies Vigil could have died because he was dressed up in Gregson. Possibly. I mean, he didn't actually disguise himself as anything, because he didn't have, like, photo identification or anything.
So I would think nobody would mistake him, but still, nonetheless, yeah, he was playing a dangerous game. He had the Jade Cutter, the bastard. God damn it! I wish I had the fucking money, /gem/luck to get the Jade Cutter. Hey, Rick, you're freezing. It started snowing today. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. Stay warm, stay cozy. The chief order first had to sign the necessary papers. And after that, no member of the staff was permitted to touch the coffin containing the body again. Howdy, Caleb. When executions took place, only the executioner and the coroner were permitted inside the chamber. I would wait in the adjacent room for word, and that the condemned convict was dead. On that occasion, once I had the confirmation, I went into the mortuary to find a lone coffin as usual. The procedure was that so I would sign the paperwork having checked the coffin, then nail it shut. But for some reason that day, the coffin was already nailed shut. Fuck! Yeah, he probably didn't... God. Yeah, he was a fall guy. Motherfucker.
No.
I didn't think anything of it at the time. I'm just confused, like, who did want him out then? Especially if he wasn't actually the professor or some bullshit like that. Like, why would the fucking, Reaper Goonies pin it on someone else and then help him escape actually getting executed, only to shoot him afterwards? Like, I'm very, very confused on how the hell this whole situation worked. I didn't think anything of it at the time. I assume my deputy must have checked the coffin and nailed it shut before I arrived. So you mean the coffin contained... Yes. I can only imagine that Ahsoki, having escaped his execution somehow, was alive inside the coffin. The coffin was then taken out to the main gates and deposited in Lowgate Cemetery.
Presumably there wouldn't have been enough air inside to breathe for long.
So in the early business hours, in the early hours following the burial, somebody dug up the coffin and set Genshin free.
But in the end, he was fatally shot in the graveyard anyway. What on earth really happened in Lowgate Cemetery that night, I wonder?
I'm afraid I really don't know. All I can say with certainty are two things. Ahsoki couldn't possibly have escaped without help from somebody working in the prison, and I am the storm that is approaching. Also that somebody was not me. God damn, dude. Obviously you knew the man then. The professor, I mean. Genshin Ahsoki. Yes, I remember him well, in fact. Would you mind telling us what you know? Well, having been condemned to death as he was, any contact I had with the man was short, obviously. After the trial, which was carried out behind closed doors, attended only by elite members of the judiciary, they called for his execution to be carried out at the earliest possible opportunity. So Genshin Man wasn't actually evil? It's looking that way, Pump. Or at least something weird is definitely going on there. Because apparently, so the professor's whole thing was that he killed a bunch of the British aristocracy. All of the people he killed were apparently complete fucks, and everyone knew it. But because they were rich aristocracy, they weren't able to do anything about it. All of the people he killed were actually assholes, except for Barack's brother. Which does not line up, obviously. Especially because Barack told us a story about how Genshin literally saved his life shortly after, before his arrest. So there's so something's weird there. Either Barack's brother was also fucking evil, and just nobody knew about it somehow. Maybe he was also involved in the conspiracy bullshit, and they just didn't know it at the time. Genshin isn't the professor at all. Or Genshin is the professor, but Clint's death was accidental. Something very fucky is going on there. The outcome of the trial was set from the beginning, wasn't it?
It was a time of delicate diplomacy when Britain and Japan were in the process of signing an important treaty. That meant that this potentially destabilizing case had to be dealt with swiftly and discreetly.
The man had less than a week in total. As I was the chief warder, I oversaw his short stay in the cells until his final hour. I remember being struck deeply by his noble character and incredible resilience. What do you mean, exactly? He was a killer of many men, but he was always quiet and polite. He was a gentleman and a man of intellect. In fact, I couldn't bring myself to believe he'd done it, so I asked him one day. There was 5 members of the aristocracy whose lives were taken. Were you really responsible?
I'm guilty of the unforgivable crime of ending another human's life, yes.
Human singular? Singular. That is a very weird way to phrase it. So you only killed one of them? I have to assume that was Clint, but I have no idea why that would be. Was it just a completely unrelated thing and they just used the opportunity to pin it on him like I was thinking? Was it a lover's quarrel? Yeah. Yeah, one single human, yeah, not plural. Interesting. The following day, the closed trial took place, and the verdict was no surprise. Guilty. That night, when he was brought back to his cell, I saw something. Something unusual. Something unusual? Like what? Sorry for the quiet, your stream, you're just eating up. Understandable. The last will and testament of Genshin Ahsoki.
You will get 5 primo gems. Nothing else. You will provide us free advertising in the form of fan art and cosplay. And that's all you'll fucking get. Happy anniversary, you fucks. Now give me more money.
JC Hive Mind. Anniversary Hive Mind. Ah! Please surprise me. Please. The actual anniversary date is the last chance. Please, for the love of God, I don't want to keep making jokes about this. It's fucking depressing.
I hereby leave 10 million primogens, divided among 100 billion players. My fandom gets nothing, and they'll fucking like it.
As I said, it was on the following night after his trial that he'd been found guilty. I was doing the rounds of the cells, and when I looked into Ahsoki's, I noticed that he seemed to have a sheet of paper in his hand. Ah, his last will and testament then, presumably. As soon as he noticed me, he hurriedly shoved it behind his back.
But why did you find that so unusual? Isn't it normal for a man to pen a will when he knows his death is nigh?
Would they even allow him that right? Yes, that's true, but there were special conditions to Ahsoki's incarceration, you see. Yeah, okay, see? I figured. What sort of conditions? Well, even though he was held in a cell designed for condemned inmates.
Please, sir, can I have some more?
More? You want more?
Sir, can I please have a Jane?
A Jane? She wants a Jane!
He was allowed to keep his personal effects with him, with one exception. Really? He was allowed his things? That is very unusual for somebody convicted of that severe of a crime. Almost like they knew he probably didn't actually do it, at least not as much as they tried to say he did. Of course he'd been convicted of killing 5 members of the aristocracy. But at the same time, he was a guest in our country from the Empire of Japan. The powers that be were determined that his final days should be needlessly uncomfortable. 5 or 6 days to get your progress key, nice.
What was the exception you mentioned? The personal effects he was allowed.
That's the point. He wasn't permitted to have writing materials. Did they let this man keep his sword but not his writing materials? I swear to God. If they actually let this man keep his fucking katana but not a pen and paper. Huh. Why would that be, though? Yeah, besides the absurdity of letting a convicted man have a sword, why would that be banned of all things? Did they not want him trying to write the truth of whatever the hell was actually going on? Ren, oh my god. Oh, I kin with this man. I don't know who this other streamer is, but I kin with him. Specifically, no pens or paper.
So he was prevented from leaving any written record of what had happened to him. How very convenient.
Yes, that was the long and short of it. I have no idea where he obtained that paper. Any writing materials would have been confiscated upon his incarceration. That's what he had up his butt. Case closed. I knew he had something up there. As I said, he hid the paper behind his back and then pleaded with me. Oh, did we get leaks of his XA forum? Ooh, I'm excited. I can't wait to see it. What did you just hide behind your back?
Please turn a blind eye. This is my lifeline.
But you know it's against the rules.
You're the only person who's seen if you just agree to keep quiet.
All right then, but what's on that paper?
A last will and testament.
Also his Foresight forum. Damn, I want to see. Not right now. I'll check it out later. But I'm excited.
This is the will. This will is the only weapon I have left now.
How can a will be a weapon? I'm guessing whatever the hell was actually on it, he somehow managed to see that it got to Kazuma, and that was how he knew at least a little bit about what had happened, and wanted to and hence why he was so dead set on coming to Britain to investigate it. Right?
I'll give you 100 free primos if you keep quiet.
100 primos? Oh my god, that's almost one whole roll, actually! Very well. I'll turn a blind eye. How can a will be a weapon? So I decided to pretend I'd seen nothing, and I let him keep his will. But then later, it just seemed to vanish without a trace. What? What do you mean it vanished?
It would seem this isn't the end of the story of his mysterious will.
I was the only person who saw Ahsoki's will, but somehow it disappeared. It was after Ahsoki's execution.
Which was actually an elaborate jailbreak.
The warders gathered up Ahsoki's possessions that were in his cell. They were all to be sent back to his family home in Japan, you see.
To poor Kazuma-sama.
And you're saying that it wasn't anywhere to be found among his personal effects. The will, I mean. I was gonna say, how the hell would... I was gonna say maybe he hid it in something else, but I assume they would have searched everything pretty thoroughly. That's right, though I didn't search through any of them myself. But Governor Caden was livid. He was screaming, "It cannot have disappeared completely!" Hey, Shin.
That doesn't quite make sense, though, does it?
In what way?
Well, we'd understood that only Mr. Vigil was aware of the will's existence. In which case, how did the prison governor know to look for it?
Oh yeah, shit, you're right. I really don't know how he knew, but it certainly seemed as though he knew of the will's existence from the outset. Only he didn't refer to it as a will. What he said was... the Ahsoki Papers. The Ahsoki Papers? I really can't tell you anything of the subsequent events. Because, well, of what happened. The Ahsoki Files. It's just a redemption code for Genshin that actually gives you 1 billion Primo Gems. It's fucking sacred. That's why this whole conspiracy was born. Everybody wants that file. Everybody wants the actual 1 billion Primo Gems for themselves. That's why Gant had to cut Gregson out of the equation. He didn't want to share.
Those 1 billion Primo Gems are all mine! I will finally get my own gene!
Your dismissal and the way you blocked it all from your memory. I'd forgotten all this until today. I don't suppose it's relevant to the case, though. Gregson would have wasted all of his on the weapon banner. He deserved it. He got what he deserved. Well, anyway, thank you very much for sharing it with us, Mr. Vigil. We're all very grateful. $1 billion Primo Gems. That's enough for, like, 10 5-star characters, maybe? I'm afraid there's really little more I can tell you. My wife, Evie, will be here shortly, so I hope I don't appear rude, but... No, not at all. Thank you again.
But what will become of you now?
Well, impersonating a police officer is a criminal offense, of course. I imagine that once I'm fully recovered, I shall be arrested. No! How do you think the Skulkins' attempt to get out of jail is doing? You think they finished digging through the cell with spoons yet? Can they take him with him? Can they take him with them? Can they take him and the redheads with him? Or at least the fat redhead? The French one's kind of a fuck. I was gonna say, also, he fucking told you to do it. Like, I don't think they can give him too harsh a sentence. I fucking hope so. 6-man band, yo. The Skulkins, the redheads, Eggert, and this guy. Oh my fucking god. They're gonna be bigger than MC Gilded. I'm so sorry. Don't be, please. This was all my own doing. I always knew this day would come. Well, I wish you well. Goodbye, Mr. Vigil. Oh. Ah! Before you go, there's just one thing. Oh, yes? What is it? The Ahsoki Papers. I'd be very grateful if you'd make no mention of the things I told you about them. Presumably for some good reason? It's my understanding that their very existence is a closely guarded secret. If it became known that I'd remembered, well, it could be rather troublesome, I think. I understand. Some sort of will to Genshin Ahsoki penned just before his death. With the man himself claimed was his last weapon. I wonder. Perhaps that has something to do with his plan to escape. If there's anyone who might know more about a document that Kazuma's father left behind.
It would be Mr. Vigil's governor.
Let me know precisely where you must go. Back to Barclay Prison.
Oh. God damn. Yeah, please tell me this guy gets a light sentence. Jesus Christ. Alright, I might take a quick break. I am out of coffee, and my throat is getting scratchy. Give me some music, though. Hey, Shrek, how's it going?
Oh, back again, are ye?
Yes, hello. Hey, Dusk, welcome back. Did I get sad? A little bit. Not as sad as the Olive incident, but it's fine. That clock, it's a safe clock. This entire office is very, very safe. No one has ever tried to kill themselves in this office. It's so safe. Hey, you know those confidential documents he told us not to talk about? Let's go ask his old boss about them. What could possibly go wrong? It's fine. It's fine. We'll ask, we just won't call them the Ahsoki Papers. It's fine. Alrighty, I will be right back. Yeah, no, we didn't hear this from Vigil. We didn't hear about no papers from Vigil. We heard it from a very reliable source. One Miss Anonymous. Lovely lady. I got some tea, and I got a pork chop. Yo, Blanco. A Mr. Knightley Virgil. First name, First name, I am. Second, the storm that is approaching. Alright. Ah, yes, hello.
I heard all about your investigations. I read the report just now. You found me, Vigil.
Yes, luckily. How the fuck did you know about the papers, bro? Hidden cameras didn't exist back then. Iris, you didn't invent hidden cameras, did you?
Not yet. Working on it, though.
Okay.
Anywho, the lot doesn't work here anymore, so the case is now to do with Barkley. I wouldn't like you to get the wrong idea about that.
Of course, yes. Mr. Vigil stopped working here 10 years ago now, sure. But...
Yes, we've seen a dismissal notice, haven't we? He was given the chop.
Aye, Kimmer, you can very well. So how about we hang up biscuit?
Oh, they really are just like little handcuffs. Hot as irons, too. Who the fuck made these? They're disgusting.
So what about you doing here today?
Well, there's something else we'd like to ask you about, actually.
Is that so?
We believe there might have been a document that disappeared from Genshin Ahsoki's cell. Oh my fucking god, we're gonna get in so much fucking trouble. I think it's been called the Ahsoki Papers or something. Drops his tiny teacup. Get the fuck out of my office! Oh my... I thought the comb was a gun. I fully thought the comb was a gun for a second. He was just gonna fucking straight up shoot us. We were told not to say anything? No, we were just told not to mention that, we were just told not to say that, that Vigil is the one who mentioned it, right? This is fine.
Wasted. Didn't I not say Gregson said nothing to do with things that may have happened to Barclay? Leave the past in the past, laddie. Let's not bother with relevant details.
His expression changed completely. We're clearly onto something here. He's so suave. Okay, but no, seriously, about 10 years ago.
The murderous botched execution and the whole miserable escape. They were Barclay's darkest hour, a shocking embarrassment.
Because the convict had a collaborator in the prison staff, you mean?
Aye, for shame. The coroner who confirmed the death of the man after his execution, Courtney Scythe. And my chief warder at the time, Vigil, who was in charge of the whole affair.
But Mr. Vigil says that he didn't know anything about it.
We're so bad. We mentioned those papers by fucking name, and then we admit that we did talk to Vigil. He actually has the brain cells to ask, hey, where'd you get this information? We can't fucking say anything. Oh my god, we're awful people.
The rascal wouldn't say otherwise, eh? More handcuffs.
Oh, how could I say no? You can never have too much iron in your diet.
When Mr. Vigil was handed his dismissal notice as a result of what happened, he was so despairing that he jumped out of your office window, didn't he?
I did not like to say, but yeah, it's just a Vigil trying to get out of it. Do you not think he wouldn't have jumped if not for his shock of his crimes being exposed, eh? I do.
You wouldn't say otherwise, though, would you?
Of course, I cannot show no responsibility myself. I shouldn't have let him deceive me. Actually, there's barely anybody that kens what's going on at the time now. With Gregson having been murdered and the Dr. Scythe forbidden from having any visitors.
No visitors? Someone does not want her giving anything away. Can't imagine who. Gamrick, no. No Raby posting. Or Uncle Ben posting, whatever you want to call it, good god.
Well, we're not going home empty-handed.
I would not dream of sending you packing with what now came here. Take a hanger for two.
Oh, well, but we would say no. We don't want to become anemic.
I suppose if there is anybody who might still ken about what happened back then. Maybe the last from Forensic Division, Maria Gorey.
Maria Gorey?
Aye, Seth's daughter, she did not have no more, just the one. But the wee brains following her mam's footsteps, you dare not ever see her without a scalpel in her hand.
Ah.
Mama, what is this? Ooh, gory, as in gore, because she has a scalpel. I get it.
That was not her voice. I forget what her voice was. Feel free to correct me. I also think she was supposed to. She was like. I think she was just like fucking Jinxie, but with a cup. Where'd she spring from? Did she just call the doctor Mama? Zero. Was she Zero? S2, thank you for the host. She can be Maya. She could be Maya. Snails. Dr. Scythe's daughter, Maria Gorey. We should go talk with her. Heyo! So she's Dr. Sife's daughter, but her surname is Gory? Yes, explain this.
Aye, there's some family history, I'm sure, but I do not get the ins and outs of it.
Oh, okay. She, like, took either her grandparents' last name or something, maybe, for some reason. Or maybe she was adopted. I don't know.
She grew up watching her mom working with the bodies of those folk who died in strange circumstances. Thank you for the host. I need professional help. I appreciate it. I continue to offend an entire continent with my shitty European accents. I'm so sorry. Decided to do the same with her own life. I cannot understand it myself.
Perhaps she was driven by a deep respect for her mother.
Perhaps. Anywho, she was in charge of Gregson's autopsy, I believe.
Right, and the coroner responsible for this
Oops.
incomplete report.
Almost like it was supposed to be planned in a trilogy, but we may never know. The truth is out there, Yunosuke. Someone once told me the world was gonna roll me. I ain't the sharpest tool in the shed. The wee lassie always loved her mom's stories about cutting up bodies. There's even the rumor she used to listen to the funeral marches at lullaby.
That's kind of fucking cringe.
Secret, thank you for the host. Everyone hosted today.
Well then, perhaps her mother might have told her about the autopsy from the case 10 years ago.
Aye, I'd say there's a fighting chance at least. After all, that was a life-changing case for all of us.
We really need to speak to Miss Gory herself about this then, I think. Well, thank you very much.
I'm not happy about any part of this. It took years for Londoners to finally forget the whole professor business. Can you not get up on this, laddie? Stop asking pointless questions.
You said it yourself, bro. The truth is out there. I'm sorry. I don't like dredging up these painful memories for everyone.
But can you not just stay away now? Leave me alone and do not come back here, eh?
So about the Ahsoki Papers, that were totally not told to you by Mr. Daily Vigil.
How come you're kidding about that, laddie? There's so many folk here, even here in the prison, who've heard of those papers.
Ah, well, I can't tell Mr. Vigil told me. Never mind the fact that we just mentioned we talked to Mr. Vigil earlier, and this is incredibly obvious.
I'm afraid our sources must remain confidential, sir.
Huh.
We've been led to believe those papers are actually a last will and testament, is that right? The professors, or rather, Genshin Ahsoki's.
Aye, that's right. You're well informed, Jimmy.
My name's Ryunosuke.
Oh, Jimmy, I don't care.
That the end of the silent treatment? Rather than the convict's execution, it mysteriously vanished from his cell, right?
Heavens, no, you're off a half-cock there. I think you did not quite get your facts straight. It was there in the cell, exactly where it should have been.
Oh. That's not what I was told.
Let me just have a wee hook around here. I'm sure I can find it. Ah, here you are. See?
The last will and testament of Genshin Ahsoki. Right with a calligraphy brush. There is no fucking way you would willingly show us to these that easily, if these were legit, bruh. You are not fooling me for 2 goddamn seconds, you fucking loser.
Of course, I cannot read a word of those Japanese squigglies. But mind it says he leaves all his worldly possessions to his son back in his homeland.
Yes, that's correct. That's the gist of it.
So these are the Ahsoki Papers.
Aye, of course they are. Papers written by Ahsoki, no doubt about it.
I don't believe you. Why don't I believe you?
There's no mystery here, laddie. That's your law. After all the skirmish of that slayster of an execution, we sent the man's possessions back to his clan in Japan, and that were the end of it.
Except for his will and testament.
Yeah, I'm sure.
I think we ought to make a record of this, Mr. Naruhodo.
You've been misgendering Delta the whole time. Oh, don't worry, S2. No, you haven't. If she were Delta, then Delta might have actually been a redeemable or interesting character.
One more thing before you go on your way, Mr. Naruhodo.
Oh, yes?
Those papers are not to do with Gregson's death. I prefer if you did not make mention of them outside of this office. Or rather, I wouldn't yet just prefer it, consider it an order from the highest levels of our government.
I understand. I just don't care. For the fucking crime scene, I feel like there's not gonna be fucking anything here. Talk to Gina, maybe, again. That's about it. Oh, no, nothing here. Okay. Yeah, it's fucked up. You'd think this place would be more important, but, nah. Nah, we got bigger fish to fry. Kazuma! I thought it would have been long before you paid me a visit for Yunosuke. I was right about what I said, wasn't I? I'm sorry? That you have all the makings of a great defense lawyer. Oh, now you're being nice. I always believed you'd fulfill your dream of advocating in the British courts. Just never imagined for 1 second that it would be as a prosecutor. Seeing you stand in a foreign court and so gallantly realizing your dream, Kazuma-sama. I'm truly happy for you. And I'm truly thankful to you, Judicial Assistant Mikotoba. Why is he being so nice but the music's so fucking ominous? I don't like this. Ryunosuke. Ryunosuke. I always thought that's my name. I always thought it would be fun for you and I to take up the British legal system a little together. Shake up. Streaming this again tomorrow? Yep, absolutely. This isn't quite how I envisioned it, but... Good God. That Mario cast is fucking awful. In the best way. I suppose it's just another twist of fate. I've learned a lot of things during my time in London. Although Hasasato-san's father himself was a visiting student here once, along with Judge Goku. And about what happened with your father. Then you'll have no difficulty in understanding why I had no choice, why I had to find a way to get to Britain as a visiting student myself. I want to hear it from you, Kazuma. As you wish, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. We talked upon season of his themes like should be used to this, that's fair. It's getting on for a year now since what happened on the SS Furia. We were heading across the ocean from Japan to Great Britain. When a bizarre series of clown shoes coincidences led to those tragic events. I thought I'd lost my best friend forever. I must have been unconscious for a long time. When I awoke, I was lying on a bed. It was a narrow little room. There was a posy of flowers by the pillow. It took me a little while to realize that I was in the cabin of a ship. I slipped out of the room and headed up onto the deck. Were you already suffering from amnesia at that point? Yes, I didn't know what had happened or where I was. There was just this voice in my head. You have something you have to do, something no one else can know about. Go to Great Britain, your task awaits you there.
was a calling I couldn't ignore. It compelled me relentlessly. Out on the deck, I saw that there was a huge steamship and we had docked at a large port.
It must have been Hong Kong.
Yes, yeah, it must have been. Presumably just before they were, due to carry your body off the ship. I had no idea of the situation, but I did have the feeling that this was in some way my last chance. So I concealed myself among the disembarking passengers and went ashore. Then I disappeared into the crowded streets of that foreign port city, so I could plan my onward journey to Great Britain.
You fucking weeb.
Just under a year ago, with all my past memories lost to me, I was left behind in Hong Kong. Everything was foreign to me, the sights, the sounds, the smells, my head reeled. I was truly at a loss. I realized now that I'd escaped as a dead man with nothing but the clothes on my back. No money, of course.
Oh, how terrifying for you.
Luckily, though, I had two feathers in my cap. One being your knowledge of English, I suppose.
How very convenient that you remembered that part.
That's right, and on top of that, I was able to pick up some work as a deckhand on a cargo ship. Eventually, after calling countless ports, I finally arrived at Dover. That must have been some 3 months ago now.
Your formidable tenacity and purpose showing itself again. I mean, the man had lost his memory and literally nothing to his name. He still managed to make his way to London on the opposite end of the world.
Of course, I had no idea why I'd moved heaven and earth to get here at that point.
So how'd you end up becoming Lord Von Zeke's apprentice, then?
That can only be called an extraordinary stroke of luck, really. You see, I was stopped at a border because I had no papers. They took me straight to Scotland Yard. And by sheer coincidence, Lord Strongheart was there to attend a meeting. That's where the second feather in my cap came into play.
Would that have been your knowledge of the law?
Yes, exactly. Specialized amnesia. You solve all our plot holes. Lord Strongheart was curious about an Easterner with intimate knowledge of British law. He took me back with him to the Supreme Court and assigned me to the prosecutor's office.
And then 9 days ago, you finally got your memory back, after the trial involving Drebber.
Yes, I did.
Ever since I first met you at Yume, you talked about your dream.
Mark my words, Rinosuke, I'll be chosen as a visiting student and make my way to Great Britain someday.
Did you know the entire time about what happened to your father here? I have to assume so, right? That's what he wanted to talk to us about before bullshit happened.
16 years ago.
Oh, oh, look at the little baby. Oh, look at him. So full of hope and optimism and no stick up his ass. Oh.
When my father left on that exciting trip to Great Britain, I was just a boy. We took a photograph together the day before his departure. It's my last memory of him. But what I remember most about my father is his unswerving sense of justice.
Looks like a completely different character, he really does.
6 years after he left, a gentleman called our family home. He told me that Genshin, my father, had been taken ill in England and passed away. It was Professor Mikotoba, your father's son.
Oh my.
Ever since then, the professor was very good to me. He even helped fund my university education at Yume. I'll be forever in his debt. But nevertheless, he's a fucking liar. Couldn't bring myself to believe that's what he told me.
Oh.
Then one day a letter arrived at our house from Britain. There was no indication of the sender, so I opened it assuming it was from an old acquaintance of my father. What I read in that letter changed my entire life.
What did it say?
It said that my father had been a mass murderer, and that the writer cursed the Ahsoki name.
Oh no.
How'd they get your address? What the fuck? Who doxed our boy?
As a result of that letter, I found out that what had been hidden from me all those years.
Presumably, the letter was sent from a relative or one of the victims. If whoever it was had been a member of the judiciary, it could have been present at the closed trial. The letter revealed that my father had been sentenced to death, executed for being a killer. I'm so sorry you had to find out that way. He insulted people on Twitter. God. Nah, he probably just shipped something that was hashtag problematic. That's always the way. Ahsoki is over party. Bum, 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 ba-dum, ba-dum, bum, bum. I imagine the British government did its very best to silence whoever sent the letter. But someone who knew the truth and couldn't bear the resentment was always going to be a problem.
But still, it could have been written by anyone. Why would you believe such a thing?
There was a newspaper cutting included with the letter. It was the first I'd ever heard of the professor. And his terrible killing spree.
Well, what did my father have to say about the letter?
I couldn't bring myself to show it to him. What? Why not? Because he deliberately concealed the truth from me by telling me my father was taken by a fatal illness. That couldn't have been easy for him, and he'd done it out of consideration for my feelings. So instead, I showed the letter to Judge Yigoku.
Ah!
Ha! Did you now? That would certainly explain how you ended up on that list. Oh yeah, it's all coming together. The other visiting student who is totally trustworthy and not at all an evil pirate. He faltered for the briefest moment, but then he just laughed the letter off. But in that moment, I saw it on his face. He was undeniably shocked, shaken momentarily before recovering his poise. Try examining stuff in the room. Okay. Anything in particular? A year later, my bereaved mother succumbed to the strain of grief, and she too passed away. That's when I made up my mind. That one day, without fail, real talk, I didn't even realize his mom was still alive. I'm actually kind of curious if how much she knew about what really happened. That's when I made up my mind that one day, without fail, I would cross the sea to Britain and seek the truth for myself. The truth about my father, Genshin Ahsoki. And I wouldn't let anyone stand in my way. Yeah, that means a parent was actually alive and ace attorney for a while. What the fuck?
Oh, Kazuma-sama?
Yo, you see these fucking bats? Kazuma, look how fucking cute these bats are. Adorable. Ah! You disturbed the bats, did you? Fitting companions for Lord Von Zeeks, what did you say? Actually, I've seen things flying in Lord Strongheart's office too. Doves, I think. Perhaps you have to like birds to attain rank in the judiciary here. Although bats aren't birds, of course. How about a sparrow for you? What's that supposed to mean? Oh, come on, it's not like I said a swallow. Ba-dum! Oh, nothing, sorry. Just thinking out loud. Fucking Batman. What's wrong, Cosmo? You like playing with dolls? I don't know, yeah, I was gonna say, what do sparrows, like, mean something in Japanese that I'm not aware of? Cosmo's more of a crow guy. I mean, he's got his fucking Goro Akechi cosplay. Makes sense. What the? It's a scale model of the crime scene. Oh, yeah, I realize that. But does the prosecution make a model of the scene for every single case? Apparently so. Sometimes it helps visualize things better and notice things you hadn't spotted before. Actually, the miniatures noticeable is my work. Be honest, you enjoyed making that. You always loved your model kits, Kazuma. Got any Gundam markers I can borrow? I'm out. That guy is not nearly as fabulous as me, that fucking poser!
He's not nearly gay enough to properly emulate me. Loser.
That's Lord Von Zeke's... That Lord Von Zeke's desk is incredibly stylish.
It's not my style, though.
No, I noticed you've been working at the little table on the floor. The only downside is a style. It's a symbol of love. Is it actually? Sparrows are a symbol of love in Japan? Okay. I thought it was some kind of punishment set up by Lord Von Zeeks when I first saw it. I find it to be the most comfortable way to work. I can't do it. After a couple of minutes of sitting with my legs folded under me, they start to go tingly.
Don't exaggerate, Ryunosuke. We both know you can't even manage a minute.
How would you know? You bend his legs over that way often, Kazuma? Anything else? Yo, Kazuma, you getting crunk? The sparrow denotes a gentle nature of an intellectual person, symbol of longevity, luck, love, and much. Cask floor to ceiling, just like the last time we were here. Hollowed barrels, I suppose. They're arranged according to vintage, flavor, and region. Every week, they're all taken out and put back in order. What? Why? Lord Von Zeeks cannot seem to settle on the perfect way of arranging them, you see. Vintage, flavor, and region don't neatly coincide. That's the trouble. So perfect boyfriend. I mean, they can say that all they want, but like I said, I'm still mad. I'm still mad that he's being a Fruit Loop dingus with a stick up his ass in the courtroom. Here, he's fine. When he's actually being Kazuma, the one we know, at least remotely, he's fine. But in the prosecutor's office, oh my fucking... The trials, he's so goddamn boring. Good fucking god. Yeah, Von Zeeks is still in the lead, in my opinion. It's his job. You can be a prosecutor without reminding me of Nayuta. Would Black Mask form be considered Kamen Rider Crow or Kamen Rider Pancake or Kamen Rider Black? I'm pretty sure that last one's taken. Pancake. It's the most unique. Being his apprentice must be a real challenge. Actually, no. Oh? He considers the task too important to entrust to anybody else, so he does it entirely on his own. So he's a barrel of laughs here and in the court, then. Is there a bird-themed Kamen Rider? I wanna... yeah, Jin. Frickin' Kamen Rider Jin is literally a birdie. Clint's picture. Lord Von Zeek's fine collection of hollow chalices and bottles, all neatly lined up. Yes, he's extremely particular about all that. He has a strict regimen for everything, from the storage of the cast to the bottling of their contents. Must be having a really tough time being his apprentice. Actually, no. Oh? He's so particular about it all, he refuses to... Oh, okay, same thing. Been quite easy for me, in fact. Talk about weird. Imagine not letting other people touch your stuff. What a weirdo. Do you know who the man in the portrait is? Why would I? But you're Lord Von Zeek's apprentice. You never asked? Yes, apprentice, not friend. And during the time I was suffering from amnesia, I didn't even notice that picture. Oh. Goddamn, bruh. How? It's not exactly small. I wouldn't have the first idea of what the man decorates his office with. What we learned today in court turned things completely on their head. It was an impressive piece of lawyering, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Lord Von Zeeks isn't the Reaper, you know. I almost don't want to believe it myself, but it turns out that Inspector Gregson himself, the victim, was...
It's clear that the inspector was behind the Reaper's activity all along. Huh? How the fuck do you know?
It's like not seeing a Susie K standee. How? God, I still want to get that. Or Gojo. One of them. Kamiya's blocking more people on Twitter. Of course he is. Everyone's excited about his game. They're bugging him more than ever.
Block, 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 block. The real question is, who's been giving the orders to the inspector? Yes, Barack Von Zeeks is the real Reaper.
Bruh. Kazuma, do you actually think that, or are you being a five-head?
And I know that 10 years ago it was him who decided my father must be a mass murderer and sent him to his grave.
No, he was merely seeing that justice was done as law dictates. He's not to blame.
Would it be an honor to get blocked by him? A lot of people consider it to be one, yeah.
Ultimately, it's people who condemn people. The law is just a tool that they use to do it.
Oh, I was gonna mention that help. Yeah, I saw that, yeah. He unblocked an artist just to compliment their work, and then reblocked them. Like, what the fuck?
When a man condemns another, he must take responsibility for his actions. Of course he must. But I know for certain that my father would never have taken another man's life.
He did, though, bruh. I don't think he took as many as they're trying to say he did. But he straight up admitted to Vigil, and I believe him. He definitely took at least one, and I have to imagine, based on everything we're hearing now, that he had to have very, very good reasons for doing it.
Kazuma. On the contrary, my father's life was taken by the Reaper.
Do we have to, like, show something to him? This feels incomplete. What are your thoughts on this, brah?
Kazuma, what do you make of this? Only one place where defense lawyers and prosecutors should discuss evidence, the courtroom. Seems you're still confused by the situation.
Brah. I feel like my friend's always gonna have the edge over me, isn't he? Yeah, Kamiya actually voiced Godot. Yeah, I found that out at some point. That's insane. Do I have something to show him? Oh, I do have to show him something. What the hell else is there? The autopsy report? Okay. Oh, yeah, because we need access to the coroner's office again. That makes sense. Wonder if you were back for Bayonetta 3. Oh, Luca, I hope so. Probably. This came up at the trial, didn't it? Something a little dubious, I mean. The fact that no time of death was recorded on Inspector Gregson's autopsy report.
Yes, there were some unexpected turns to the courtroom earlier. The suggestion you came up with certainly took everyone by surprise.
You gonna try and replicate Fua's headshot pose when you get the progress ski? Are you gonna pretend to struggle to open it? All I need is rage!
The idea that the victim died the previous day at some other location is quite tempting. Quite something. Not tempting.
Nothing tempting about that. Yes, actually, yeah! Do the thing! Considering when the pocket watch had stopped and the scorch marks on the candle, it's certainly a distinct possibility. The evidence and the scene both point to it. Gotta put it on your suit even? Nice.
To be honest, it bothered me too, so I paid a visit to the autopsy room earlier. The coroner responsible wasn't there, but I got a name. It's Dr. Gory.
If it wouldn't trouble you, Kazuma-sama, we'd very much like to speak with the coroner too.
Of course. The last thing I want is for anything to be brushed under the carpet. Scotland Yard's autopsy laboratory is behind Lowgate Cemetery.
Locate Barclay. Of course, that's where it is. Ah, you know it, do you? The prison where my father was incarcerated. Yeah, no, Fuwa never needed to unlock it that way, especially after he became, like, officially recognized as a regular rider. He kept doing it anyway. What a Chad. What a king. The prison where my father was incarcerated and robbed of his life. Kazuma-sama. Get wrecked, asshole. Oh my fucking god. I'm just glad the auto block works. Small victories. More followers, hey, it still counts towards the follower count if nothing else. Shout out to Saribot. Well, thank you. We'll pay this at the laboratory later today. Get fucked, Hoss. That's a stupid name. Ryunosuke, I want to thank you. What for? For this. You safeguarded the soul of the Ahsoki clan. Well, it is a famous sword that's been in your family for generations. My only slight regret is that I never got a chance to draw it before I returned it to you. They stole your little brother's name on Roblox? What the fuck? Yo, fuck you, Hoss. Fucking rude. Hoss was apparently a real person at some point and a bot took his name. Oof. Karma is said to have been forged by a master swordsmith during the Sengoku Warring States period. Ah, Kamen Rider Gaib! I can't wait to watch more of that tonight. I come from a long lineage of warriors, many of whom were expert swordsmen. Well then, you're a chip off the old block, I'd say. This blade, Karma, is the symbol of the Ahsoki clan's honor and might. The real Haas actually does stream. Oof, I feel so bad for him. That's rough. Apparently one of my father's apprentices even took the blade's name for a surname. Really? Karma. It does sound formidable, that's for sure. Why didn't they change it to Karma? Why didn't they change it to Karma to keep the theme? Speaking of Kamen Rider God, this is some fucking Warring Ryoma bullshit. Ah! It sounds like the name of a German scientist! 16 years ago, when my father was a visiting student here in London, he had the sword forever at his side. It changed slightly over the years, I get it, but it still would have been more raw that way. Oh god, Johnny, no! Which is why it means so much to me that I have to have it by my side again now. And that is all thanks to you. It was an honor. Now, I have preparations to make for tomorrow. Perhaps I said a little too much. Kazuma, you've changed. No, Ryunosuke, I haven't changed at all. You've changed a little. It's you who's changed. You and your 3 boyfriends. Ooh, la-di-da, good for you. I can completely understand your resentment of Lord Von Zeeks given what happened. But the fact is, those events in this case are, well, unrelated. Is that what you want to say? How can you be so sure? I was gonna say, what, Ryunosuke? You don't actually think that, bruh. After everything that we found out today, dude. You don't actually believe that. What do you mean? Never mind. That man is the Reaper, and it's for that reason that the inspector was killed. I'm going to prove that much in court tomorrow. By whatever means necessary. I can't let you do that, Kazuma. I know you'll do what you have to as a lawyer. But I'm sure I don't need to tell you that I won't be taking any prisoners in the courtroom. I would expect nothing less. I tried to come here earlier, he wasn't here. I'm not sure at what point he would have been here, but like, we had to at least find out some of this information before we came here. Until tomorrow then, in the Old Bailey.
Alright. Give you a little goodbye kiss. Smooch. Feed the bats. They're good bats. Oh my god, girl! I love what you've done with the place. It's so pink. This place is really creepy, isn't it?
Well, being in the dead room, it's probably full of the spirits of the it's probably full of spirits of the dissected.
Oh boy.
But actually, there's a rather pleasing scent of roses in the air.
Well, being a dead room. The coroner probably needs a bold scent like that to mask the odor of death.
Iris? Do you think we change the subject?
One, two, Freddy's coming for you. What was that?
Life is simply unfair. There was a snail.
Oh yeah, speaking of DC Douglas, me and Ivy watched the first episode of the Shaman King dub, the new show. Fucking DC Douglas as Ryu has way too much fun. I cannot wait to watch more. Was she here the whole time? Or was she ever here at all? Dr. Gory? I like your little... Is it a giant bow or those bunny ears? Either way, Kino.
What?
That noise before.
I was sharpening my tools. I'd be dead meat if I didn't keep a perfectly clean edge on them.
Right.
When following the collagen fibers in the dermis, an expertly sharpened scalpel cuts like cheese. Would you like a demonstration?
Oh, yes, please. I'd love to see.
Then I think you'll do nicely.
Huh? No! No, 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 no! I would not do nicely at all. I mean, maybe some other time. I'm not into that shit. Was that a tut? Well, we came here to ask questions, so... We actually have met before. I'm a lawyer, if you remember. I'm the one who got your mom convicted of murder.
One day, one way or another, you'll end up on my table. After all, life is simply unfair. You're not dead yet.
Huh?
So Mama said I wasn't to cut you open. She's so strict about things like that.
Well, good. Dr. Seiss has some scruples, at least.
Yes, I spend several $1,000s a month on scalpels. What about it?
They're not... The head coroner is no longer being blackmailed, and yet they still go through 500 scalpels a month because of her. Dr. Seiss has some scruples, at least.
Oh, dear. Looks like she's not interested in talking to us. For the time being, anyway.
For the time being? You mean, until we die? I hope that's a ways off. I'm sorry, but I wasn't planning on dying anytime soon. Surely there's some less drastic way of making her listen. I like your stuffed animals. They're very cute. This looks different than before.
Of course, Mr. Naruhodo, Miss Gory is a young maiden. She has all sorts of charming little Dawson like around her place of work. Look.
Oh yeah, you're right. Perhaps she's not so strange after all.
That's how I practice.
I'm sorry?
Mama always says that operations and dissections require speed and accuracy. So I take out my needle and thread and stitch 3 new dolls every day.
Aha! Right.
I used to make livers or kidneys or intestines, but Mama told me to make something more friendly instead.
That's quite different to what I'd imagined.
Hello, Probold. How you doing? I like your birds.
Looks like an owl and a crow up there.
I know, and they haven't even twitched since we came in here.
Well, no, they wouldn't have. They're taxidermy mounts, Mr. Naruhodo.
I was afraid you were gonna say that. Trying very hard to tell myself they're just sleeping with their eyes open.
Yes, I think perhaps you were wise to put something like that on your Druma doll and display in the office instead.
A table and a set of sharp tools. We consider each in isolation, it all looks quite innocent. So why is it that when you put them side by side, they seem so horribly disturbing?
It might be best not to ponder it too deeply.
What did I think of the Nintendo Direct? Not too impressed, to be perfectly honest. I'm excited Bayonetta 3 is finally a real game. The new Kirby looks pretty good. But generally speaking, yeah, nothing I was super excited for.
That's Mama's dissection table. It's too high for me, though.
It is?
I fell from that height in my sleep, and it would really hurt.
What? You mean you sleep in here?
Autopsy work is very involved. It's usually too late to think about going home when I'm finished. But I have bad dreams when I sleep here, and I always keep falling onto the floor. So I'd like to exchange that table for a lower one.
Maybe you should just go home. These large jars seem to have pale things floating around inside of them. Suppose they're fruit liquors or something. Like the pickled umeboshi bulbs we make back home.
Yes, let's assume there's something completely innocent like that.
Ah, that jar you're looking at up there contains monkey brains.
Oh my.
The composition is similar to the human brain, so they make for an interesting study material. And in the next jar along, we have monkey.
No more monkeys jumping on the bed! Please!
If you say so.
Oh dear. I still thought it was just some pickled umeboshi. Seems so long ago already.
Her innocence gone. Look at all the bottles on the shelves in the cabinets. What an assortment of chemicals.
These ones here are labeled as highly toxic.
That's concerning. There are also things that look like salt and pepper shakers in there. Slightly worried about breaking it for real. You just gotta act like it's really hard to open. You don't have to actually try and break it.
Oh, they actually say salt and pepper on them. The doctor probably spends a lot of time in this room, I suppose. Perhaps she has meals here sometimes.
Life goes on, even when you're surrounded by death. Uh-oh. Oh, I thought I would have to look at stuff. Was this just fluff? Did I look at all this just for fluff? This is the last thing. Oh no. I probably have to present something. God damn it. Look at this. What a magnificent display case. Cherrywood's been polished on a high sheet. Intricate carving is a joy to behold. Guys, I've said before that unless it's really funny, I don't like examining literally everything. Come on. If there's something specific you need to tell me. I thought I had to examine everything or some shit to or something would trigger. Western cabinet makers really are very skilled, aren't they?
It's 10 people.
I'm sorry?
It's made from the bones of 10 different people, all mixed up together. Some of my best work.
I was admiring the case, actually. Is the case also made of people? The scary skeleton inside is something I tend to ignore best I can.
You're strange.
I wonder who's the strangest.
And I did examine the skeleton. It counts as the birds, apparently. Why is it like this, ma'am? Dr. Gory, we actually came here to ask you about this.
He was very good.
Did you eat his dead body? Oh my god, I bet it was delicious. He's eaten so much goddamn fish and chips all these years. His fucking blood probably tasted like it.
His skin didn't sag my blade once, and very little mess. His joints dislocated easily, and his muscle tissue was a pleasure to work with.
We can skip those details! There is one thing in this report that's caught my attention. You don't seem to have you don't seem to have recorded a time of death. Oh, fuck, girl! Oh, shit! Me? Gungaga. God damn! Okay, what's her actual voice? Presenting the photo victim gives optional dialogue. Okay, well, if I'd been told that before, I needlessly examined everything in the room. She's got her mother's genes, goddamn. Maya voice or goth voice?
That's not my fault.
Oh, that made me jump. Then please, tell us what happened. We used Maya? Unless, the thing is, that girl hasn't fucking shown up again. I can't even remember her name. Ray? I think it was Ray. Unless Ray stowed away on the boat with Bikatoba and Jikoku and has been in hiding and ends up being important in the final trial. Then somehow I think we're fine. Yeah, Ray, member May. That shit. Okay, alright, Maya. So, why doesn't this autopsy report include the victim's time of death, then? It's most likely the crucial detail. God damn it!
I was told not to write it.
What? By who?
Mayor Strongheart, the Lord Chief Justice, he came here.
Lord Strongheart came?
He said that from the witnesses' statements about the gunshot and the other evidence, it was obvious. The man clearly died at 5 p.m. on 1st November when the gunshot was heard.
But that's not the time of death you wrote on the report. You didn't write anything.
Because you couldn't tell. So you're like, okay, I clearly, you're saying it's obvious, but I can't tell, so something's weird, so I'm not gonna write it. Are you a good noodle?
Was there some reason you didn't include it?
Dr. Gory? If you're hiding something under Lord Strongheart's instructions, then sooner or later you're gonna go the same way as your mother. Uh-oh.
Give it here, then!
Huh? What's she scribbling so furiously? The actual time of death? Okay.
There! Fucking happy? Don't talk shit about my mom!
You've written.
What? What's she written?
Tell us!
Indeterminate. That basically means the same thing, honey.
But...
So he could have been on ice for quite a while. What do you mean by that? Why was the time of death indeterminate?
When the specimen was brought in, it was still fresh. So the time of death could easily have coincided when the gunshot was heard. But there was one small discrepancy.
What discrepancy?
There was some fried fish on the pocket of the specimen's overcoat. And that fish had started to rot.
The fish and chips are gonna fucking save the day. I hate everything. What?!
If the victim liked fried fish, she presumably liked to eat it before it went off.
Well, yes. What are you really trying to say?
It's possible that someone tried to manipulate the apparent time of death.
Manipulate? Is that even possible to do?
Theoretically, if you were to chill the body on ice, you could delay the onset of purification. And if the overcoat wasn't on the body at the time, then only the fish would have started to rot. With today's science, it's not yet possible to determine if the body was chilled or not.
But today's science is advanced enough that it lets you freeze a corpse, it seems. Top 5 helpful witnesses? Is this Brushell's great-great-great-grandma? Oh, Jesus Christ, bro, what the fuck? Extending your subscription all the way through April? Jesus Christ. Super prepared. Thank you very much, my dude. It's updating the autopsy report. Fair enough. Good timing. Makes sense. Yeah, very cooperative. We've thrown 10 people in this game were Brushell folk. Brushell is very strongly represented in this old time period. He's an old soul at heart, clearly. Today's science is advanced enough to let you freeze a corpse, it seems. You'd like to buy Spider-Man PS4 stream? I have it on the Amazon wishlist. I don't know when the heck I'd get around to doing it, but, like, it's been on there.
But, Charlie, to chill a corpse like that would require an enormous electrical refrigerator. I don't imagine many households here in London are equipped with such a device.
No, definitely not, but maybe in a factory or some other special place.
I don't recall seeing any factories or such like on Fresno Street, though. I wonder if when the inspector's body had been chilled somehow. What might the actual time of death have been?
I couldn't say for sure. But the most, it might have been a day earlier.
No!
In other words, it would corroborate your previous deduction, Mr. Naruhodo.
Been in a Spidey mood, fair enough. I can't imagine why. Almost like we watched some good-ass movies in the Discord yesterday. Well, two good-ass movies and one okay but heavily flawed movie.
Inspector Gregson was killed a day before his body was discovered at a different location.
Did you inform Lord Strongheart of this possibility?
He simply said there were no electrical refrigerators of that size in the vicinity.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, one other thing. It's something the Governor Barclay Prison told us. He said that your mother, Dr. Scythe, was responsible for confirming the death of the professor after his execution.
The professor?
You know what, like I said, not even because of the Peter dance scene. Like, that's the kind of stuff I remembered about the movie distinctly. I was like, oh, it's not that bad. Peter Parker's supposed to be cringe. Like, the actual failings of that movie are definitely, like, all the stuff involving Harry and the love triangle, because good fucking god. I literally completely forgot how Harry's story in that movie went. Until I saw the scarring from the bomb, and I was like, oh, wait a minute, that's right! Dumb things happen. I was prepared for trouble, but not for that. Yeah, the things that I actually remembered about that movie were, like, I maintain they're not as bad as most people say they are, but, like, yeah, the actual failings of that movie were made much more apparent to me watching it for the first time in so long. Gay Yandere Harry would have been worth it. They could have saved it. They could have saved it if they just made Harry repressed gay for Peter this whole time, clearly. That could have saved the film. Apparently you always enjoyed listening to your mother's stories about her work, so we were wondering if you might know something about what really happened 10 years ago.
That's not all Mama did.
I'm sorry?
My Mama... she carried out the autopsy of Clint Von Zeeks as well.
Oh, here we go. Yeah, okay. I'm guessing he didn't die the same way as all the other, the professor victims? What? Really? The brother of Lord Von Zieks, the professor's final victim.
The idea of carrying out an autopsy on a member of the aristocracy was completely unthinkable back then. But the detective in charge of the investigation insisted, and it was miraculously authorized.
What? So rich people can't have autopsy reports? What the fuck? How does that work?
That detective being Inspector Gregson, of course.
Quite an accomplishment for one man.
That autopsy provided the vital clue needed to arrest the killer. And Mama was there for that historic event.
Hard read. I'm going to assume he died by stabbing. Because back then, Papa Ahsoki would have been the one with the, with Karima, right? Oh, is he not actually in our files? He isn't. What the fuck? I feel like he should probably be here by now. But okay. Yeah, I'm guessing everyone else obviously would have died by the dog wounds. But Clint was stabbed. And Clint was probably the only one that Genshin actually killed for whatever reason. What does all this mean?
You know, that amazing autopsy happened right here in this very room. The professor and Clint Von Zieks. They both spent their final moments before their burial on that dissection table there. In this lab, Mama's lab was instrumental in some of the country's most important events.
She really is proud of her mother. I wonder if you'd tell us more about what exactly happened back then, Dr. Gory. You fell asleep, Pump? Oh no. Pump, how can you fall asleep? Look at this kawaii fucking child. I say child, 19, right? Yeah. She's so baby. She's got such a fucking baby face. She's adorable.
The professor's execution was Mama's first big case. She had to be in attendance at Barclay Prison's execution chamber.
Back then, autopsies were considered to be desecration and rarely performed. To perform an autopsy on someone as noble as the Von Zieks lineage would have been unthinkable. Okay. Alright, I get it.
And signed a certificate to confirm the convict's death. I burped a little. I'm sorry, that's gross. Mama is the best coroner in the world, you know, so I was so proud of her.
But the execution didn't actually take place.
No, and worse still, Mama actually helped with the jailbreak. I didn't want to know that bullshit!
Oh dear, you found out recently, you mean?
Is the Reaper Charlotte? I have to, I'm trying to, like I said, okay, I'm trying to figure out if any of I had like 3 possibilities before. I'm trying to figure out which ones still hold up. Either Genshin was the professor, and maybe was in on the Reaper shit, and that's why they, let him get away with this. And just for whatever reason, he killed Clint differently. I have no idea why. Genshin was not the professor. And him killing Clint was something unrelated. Or Clint was the Reaper, and he killed him in self-defense or something. Or I forget what the other one was. Something's weird. I think the least likely thing at this point is Genshin being the professor. I feel like he was a fall guy. For who, I don't know. Either for Clint or for fucking Mailheart. And by extension, the entire conspiracy. I don't know. I do that. The one thing I'm certain of is that I do think Genshin killed Clint. The phrasing when he describes it to Vigil, he definitely killed one person, and I'm gonna guess that was the one. Especially now with the different cause of death looking like it's gonna be a thing. Oh, Reaper's Child from No More Heroes 2. My bad. Her name was Margaret. Margaret Moonlight.
I believed in her, in Mama, but now I wonder if I'm starting to go down the same path as her.
You mean because you omitted the time of death on this autopsy report?
Oh. So yeah, you just split hairs. You couldn't tell, and you knew that that was fucked up just because you were on orders, you just left it blank. Oh, she's a good girl.
That's because Lord Strongheart forbade you from including it.
Just like Mama. I'm sure she was coerced by somebody too.
Yes, that's my feeling as well.
There's no doubt that there were powerful forces at play 10 years ago. The execution couldn't have been staged without a lot of people at the prison knowing about it. Obviously, the prison governor must have been in on it as well.
Aw, look at her goo eyes. Holy shit. Damn, girl.
The big man with the little handcuffs? According to what he told us, he was tricked by the chief warder. He says he knew nothing about it. And you believed him? That's fucking cringe, bro. Of course he said that. I'd say the same thing.
Just who was behind that jailbreak all those years ago?
She's adorable. She's got a great fucking design. With and without the mask. Good god, this game. Art department, A++++.
You mentioned the autopsy at Clint Von Zeke's.
It was at the time when carrying out the autopsies of murder victims that was very unusual.
It's still not a practice that's observed in our country, even now.
It turned out that he was the professor's final victim, and when the autopsy was performed, Mama was present, although only as a secondary assistant. The person leading the procedure was called Dr. John H. Wilson!
So fucking 3 out of 4 people on that fucking list were people who are in on it? Good fucking god. Jesus Christ, what the fuck are they gearing up to that they started turning on their own this goddamn hard? We ended the fucking last game thinking that like they were all people who knew too much or whatever, and they still are in a sense, except for fucking Kazuma. Good God. That's the victim from the first game, Pumpkaboo. Who, aka the guy we thought was Iris's father, except now that's also in question, so I'm slightly less worried about us bringing it up in front of her. Kazuma slicks back his hair, no! No, that's cringe! That's big cringe, please, no!
That's right, my daddy!
If he's not her dad, then why does she think that,
Oh... God.
And there's one other person present, the primary assistant. He was a visiting student from the Far East.
Which one? Uh-oh. I don't like this setup. Oh no. A visiting student? Which one? Please don't make me do a 180 on Chisate's dad. I was defending him earlier. A visiting student? He's the one who's a fucking doctor. Oh no.
That's right, my daddy! Who wants some more biscuits? You want some more biscuits, Iris?
it must have been my father, Yujin Mikotoba.
Oh, is that not a surprise to you? I'm a little more concerned about that than you are, Susato. That means that he would have had to have known that Genshin wasn't actually dead. I don't like that. That's very concerning. I had no idea Professor Mikotoba had been involved in something so important.
But the outcome of that historic autopsy was the discovery of a vital piece of evidence that led to the capture of the professor.
Like being stabbed with a very distinct sword? Hey, Iris, you know what, Biscuits? Look at the pretty bunny! Look at the pretty bunny! So that's how they came to identify Genshin Ahsoki as the infamous mass murderer. He only saw Clint's, not Genshin's? Oh, okay. Alright, okay. I'm overthinking. Yeah, my bad. Seems it's time for you to sleep, Ren. Nighty-night, you have a good one. You should have been... I get the feeling we're approaching the end of the investigation, and I probably won't start the trial tonight, depending on what kind of ETA I get on how long it's gonna be. You have a good one, though. I hope you feel better. I wish you all the best. Hope everyone else is okay. Do you happen to know anything about that piece of evidence? Can you tell us any more?
Could Moriarty still be alive?
It's turning into Schwarzenegger. I'm so sorry. I can't do accents.
Would you like to see the records for yourself?
What? Would that be all right?
What's the point of keeping records if people can't look at them?
I like you. You're cooperative. Brushel would be proud to have you as his great-great-grandma.
They're filed under V at the back of those cupboards with the other records from the last decade.
Thank you! You are an extremely helpful young child. Not young child, whatever. If Peter Parker could still be called a kid in Spider-Man 2, then she could be called a kid at 19 when she's this goddamn adorable. What's her full name? Maria Gordy.
I like the small child. She's good at her job, has a very good work ethic, and has lots of sass. We're keeping her. I'll take 2.
Thank you. Let's see. Oh my god, holy shit, Secret, I just saw the post in the Genshin chat. Holy shit. Chai Lumi eating good tonight. Let's see, Von Zeeks. That's strange.
What, Mr. Naruhodo?
They aren't here. There's nothing under Von Zeeks.
There must be!
Uh-oh. Redacted, I bet? I don't even think that. I think if she was that sure they should be here, I was like, yeah, go ahead and look. That means somebody took them, and somebody took them recently. I bet fucking Mailheart took them when he was here, telling her not to say anything. Motherfucker.
I'll take 2.
But I'm an only child!
Tell your mother to get another one.
My mom's in jail!
That sounds like a personal problem.
Perhaps somebody took them away?
No one's allowed to take documents related to the professor case out of this room. But you're right, they're gone.
Was a taser involved?
Luckily for us, I have my ancient Egyptian taser gun. How?
When was the last time somebody looked at them? Do you remember?
It was... Oh yes, I remember now. It was 2 years ago. A consulting detective came one day saying he'd like to see the records.
Iris, pack your things. We're getting a divorce. I'm taking you with me. Fucking excuse me. No. You don't mean...
My opinion on Genshin Impact is that it's a fucking farce. You can get a just as good experience of Persona 5. It's just as long, just as much content, and you don't have to pay $1 million for the characters you want.
Herlock Shams was his name.
Probably should have seen that coming.
Do you think he stole the records?
Oh no, surely not. Iris, that can't be right, can it?
Iris? Oh no! Don't make the small child sad!
Bruno? I hope you don't mind, but
What is it, Iris?
I just remembered something very important I have to do.
Is it beat Sholmes within an inch of his life? 'Cause I'll help.
I'm gonna have to leave you now.
This is very sudden, Iris. I feel like this is a very, very dumb idea. Well, we'll come with you then.
Oh, no. There's no need. You and Bruno can take your time here. Right here. You'll all be fine here now. I'll be over there doing other things on my own. I'm fine. You'll have fun. Bye for now then. Good luck. Wait a minute, little girl. Huh? Me? I remember now. You've been here before, haven't you?
Uh-oh. Iris, if you slick your hair back, I swear to fucking God. Have you?
Yes, 2 years ago when that detective came. You were here with him, weren't you? You were a living specimen then, too.
That's the way it usually works, yes.
Was I? I really don't remember.
Iris sus! I don't have Lurking Joey as an emote on Discord. God damn it. God fucking damn it, he could be useful here. God damn it, we need to get partnered. Fuck.
Anyway, sorry, but I must dash.
Wait a fucking minute, Iris?
I'll brew a pot of tea for you when you get home. Bye!
What the fuck? What the fuck's the matter with her? She's behaving really strangely all of a sudden. Well, in that case, we won't keep you any longer either.
It's been quite a while since I had any visitors. This was really fun.
Oh. Well, my old daughter might actually be a master criminal and psychopath, so I guess you're just gonna have to do.
But next time you come, I'd prefer it if you were ready for dissection.
I can't make any promises, sorry. It's a bit strange that the records of Clint Von Zeke's autopsy have disappeared. But I think we've asked all we came to ask now. I'm gonna give her a head pat. She's a lovely girl. Pat, pat, pat. Let's have a closer look at this.
That's the back of my head.
Then again, let's not. At least not while she's armed. Good talk. What a good noodle. Is there finally going to be something at the crime scene now? Okay. Like I said, the crime scene in air quotes, but nonetheless, I figured maybe Gina would be here or something. Like I said, I've been wanting to, I wanted to talk to her again. See if she could give us an exact time frame of, like, when she actually last saw Gregson. What's crazy? Having a crazy scientist daughter that might want to turn you into a robot, or a creepy goth daughter that wants to cut you into pieces? I'll get back to you on that. The police are still busily investigating in here, then.
But Gina's nowhere to be seen. Where is she?
Oh, I really hope they didn't try to take her out, too. Gregson would have left her in the dark and everything, though. Like, he wanted to fucking flee the country with her. Like, she couldn't have actually known anything that was going on. There's no fucking way. Like I said, Gregson's a fuck, but like, whatever, even though I do think he was guilted into it more than anything, like, he did care about Gina. However, that started whatever, but, I don't think he would have told her anything that would put her in any more danger than she was already in. It's been blissfully quiet, hasn't it? Perhaps she's out investigating on her own, practicing what her boss taught her. More importantly, is Toby okay?
Well, I expect she'll be back before too long. Shall we wait?
Actually, there's something different about this room since the last time we were here, isn't there?
We could always use the time to investigate more thoroughly.
Gina slicks her hair back! This is also just like that one twist in Persona 5. She's learned nothing. She didn't actually play Tweeby or P4. At the end of the last game, she lied. She watched a review, and then acted like she knew everything. She didn't know anything. When did this get here? This little trunk was not here before, was it?
Oh, it appears to be made of metal. It must be very heavy. I wonder to whom it belongs.
Toby is the police chief now? Okay, that's fine. He'll do a good job. I trust him. There are some initials on the outside. Look, TG. Let's come to the other policemen if they know how I came to be here.
Oi! What do you think you're doing?
Hey!
That's my trunk it is! Hands off! Gina! What are you doing here?
Where were you hiding?
I don't know. You leave something unattended for a few seconds and every Tom, Dick, and Harry's got all his greedy eyes on it.
Just a wild guess, Gina, but...
What? Spit it out, Toto.
Is it fair to say you've only owned that trunk since this morning's trial?
What? What are you trying to say? Come on, this trunk goes with me everywhere. It always is. Where have you been the last year?
Trying not to incur your wrath, mainly.
You should hear them talking at the yard now. They should be ashamed of themselves. They're saying that it was the boss who killed all them blowers.
Ah, you mean the whole Reaper thing?
Yeah. Apparently the boss was investigating stuff that no one else at the yard knew nothing about. Stuff to do with all them criminals what got off scot-free.
Yes, the ones prosecuted by Lord Von Zieks who used bribery and corruption to evade conviction.
Well then, obviously it was that bloomin' Reaper giving them the orders, weren't it?
But why would people be suspecting Inspector Gregson of being involved with the killings?
There was a notebook in his office.
Oh no, that don't sound good.
It had details about all the crimes that have been pegged as the Reaper's work.
What?
No. Did you see it, Gina? Did you see that notebook? They wouldn't even let me, because I'm just an apprentice, apparently. It was me who found it, and he was my boss. That's right. I was pretty miffed about it, so... I sneaked a peek at what it said anyway. Oh?
That's our Gina. There's a comprehensive timeline for all of Kamen Rider? Holy shit. That'd be a fun read. So you managed to see what was written in Gregson's secret notebook anyway, did you?
Way I see it, it was my right to read what he wrote. And what had he written, Gina? Dates, times, places, names. An old long list of them. All details about the blood were supposed to have been done by the Reaper. But there could be an explanation for that. Perhaps it was a record of the inspector's investigations into the Reaper's activities. Why, guys? Again, it's not like I'm sequence breaking. Like, I could not do this before. Like, maybe I could have done it slightly earlier, but like, come on. Bruh. Exactly, that's what I said. That's the first thing you'd think, right? As it happens, it was full of names I recognized anyway. The Reaper's targets were almost exclusively known as the known leaders of London's criminal underworld. Well, yeah, but there was one name that, right at the end, it was a bit odd. At the end of the list, you mean? I'm pretty sure the date against it was 31st October. This is required to be the last location? Yeah, you see, like, so what the fuck? You found me? What did I do? I played a little bit of Bayonetta. I don't own them, but I played a little bit of them at a friend's house back in the day. The day before the inspector was found dead.
Yeah, unless we're playing dumb for Gina, holy shit. So what's the odd name?
It weren't like a name I ever seen before. It was something like, Nah, it's no good, I can't remember it. I don't think it was an English name, put it that way.
Was it Ahsoki or Shin?
Oh dear, what a pity. There's something else too. I don't know if it matters. But the same name kept coming up over and over. Shin it was. Don't suppose it means anything, but...
No, it means a lot. Was it like, in addition to like the names of the victims, was it like her name next to him and like those are the people she was responsible for killing? If so, I need to know what the other name was. Oh my fucking god, it was probably Jigoku, wasn't it?
I don't know.
I keep wanting to say Jingoku's gotta be like another like actual one of the hands-on assassins. But like, then why would they need to fucking send her to Japan to kill Wilson though? Like that's the one part that doesn't make any sense, so I don't know what the fuck his role in this is gonna be. God damn. Did you say Shin?
Yeah, I don't know what kind of ass names their kid after a body part. Does it mean something?
People are saying Bayo's new outfit is promoting child features or... Brain holes! Lord Von Zieks knew the name too. He mentioned her as well. The woman who actually did the deeds. And now we find out her name appeared in Gregson's secret notebook. Yeah, see, like, we totally have... And they're not acting like they're just trying to... Like, we had to come here last. They remember everything we've already talked about. And yet, like, I don't think they're just playing dumb about Gregson to let Gina off easy. Like, they seem to be generally like, oh, no, it could be something else. Oh, hey, it's tea time. I will celebrate by taking a sip of my tea. We haven't seen you for a little while, have we, Gina?
Well, of course not. I've been busy, ain't I? Investigating in that. That's at the order trying to trace the boss's movements like the day before it happened.
The day before? That would be the undercover investigation in the Red Hooded League, then. Ping you once you're done streaming. Yeah, oh yeah, sure, best. Got it.
Only the boss didn't go, did he? You found some cop what pretended to be him, didn't you?
Oh no, do you mean, I'm guessing you mean before Gaim. Not like right after I'm done, when I might still have other shit to do real quick. Yeah, it was Mr. Fitchell who actually went to the park on Line Street that day, posing as Gregson.
Well, anyway, you ain't the only one turning stuff up. I've got my own way of getting results. Ah! Me and my partner got together. There's nothing we can't track down.
He's so cute! He's so cute! Where's your puppy? Where's your puppy?
Oh, little Toby. He's such a faithful friend.
So, have you tracked out anything then?
What do you think, eh? Of course we have. Can't tell you though, police business. Anyway, the point is, you don't ever need any help. You know who to turn to, right? Me and the L-Hound here.
Right. Oh my god, he's so cute. He looks oh so hellish, honest. Look at that fucking tail. Oh my god, he's so happy. Gina, about your hellhound there. Toby or Wakahai, oh my god. I don't know. They're both adorable. Like I said, my whole life I was more of a dog person up until I got my current ones. And Miko became more attached to my grandma. So good god. I love both. I just love animals, just in general. They're all good, they're all adorable.
Chief Inspector Toby, I mean, is the part of the force he is. In Japanese, police dog means something quite different, and not altogether nice in those involved in crime. But here in Britain, it's a wonderful compliment, it seems, for a canine at least.
It should be, after all, the great exhibition case the other day. It was Toby here who managed to locate Drubber's workshop.
Maybe it's time for another demonstration of what this super dog can do, eh?
Do we have something the Chief Inspector could catch the scent of, I wonder? Yeah, because this definitely was not his originally. Because we know Vigil is the one who Vigil is the one who actually went there. And then we don't really know if he actually went fully undercover or not, because he, like, straight up told them he was an inspector. Reptiles, I love reptiles too. Bigger dragons, hell yeah.
Take that!
All pets are valid. Well, Chief Inspector Toby, if you wouldn't mind having a sniff of this thing. Oh my god, he's so cute! He might be a little too keen, don't you think? Oh god! Chief Inspector made short work of Gina there! Oh, look what he's gone to!
Oh my, that truck clearly still has a very strong scent of Inspector Gregson.
In other words, it must have belonged to him. What the hell is in that trunk, Gina?
Oh, alright, it's a fair cop, I suppose.
And you nearly got away with it, too!
You always talk so proudly of Chief Inspector Toby's nose and what it can achieve. Did it not cross your mind that he might identify something that was right next to us? Yeah, that was a bit of a bloomer, wasn't it?
That's enough now then, Gina.
Eh?
I think it's time you told us the truth about that trunk. What's in the box? What's in the box?
It weren't like that, it just weren't.
What are you talking about?
I know what's going through that head of yours, but that ain't what happened.
Alright then. What did happen? You were planning to get a kitten from some dude at work the other day, but the owner didn't answer you? Oh, that sucks, Rick. I'm sorry. Hope you're able to get one eventually.
I would have gotten away with it too if it weren't for your meddling daughters and that damn dog. Oh, I can't stay mad at you. Who's a good Toby? Who's a good boy? Who's a good boy? Who's going to jail for you? I am. Yes, I am. Who's a good boy? Like I said before, you're trying to trace the boss's movements. So I let Toby here over with the boss's overcoat. And as soon as I done that, he went off like a shot. Straight to that sandwich.
To a sandwich, not to a bag of chips?
Mr. Naruhodo, I believe Gina means the witness.
Beppo! That sandwich!
Yeah, I had it hidden between the wooden boards, so he's the boss's trunk.
You mean when they heard the sound like a gunshot and piled in here?
Exactly. It nabbed it from the scene.
Goodness, good God.
Me and the Chief Inspector gave that sandwich a good grilling. And you know what he said?
I thought I might fetch a good price and the chef wouldn't be needing it anymore, so... Well, that's all I did. Nothing more, nothing less.
Want to animate the chick of a day? See the boss's dead boss's stuff to flog.
So Miss Venus wasn't the only one to meddle with the scene of the crime, then. Good God. Everyone's a dick.
How could they? So anyway, that's how it happened. And it's a pretty decent trunk, so I figured I might as well make use of it. Is there something wrong with that, eh?
I know, don't get me wrong, I feel bad for Beppo. Again, I feel very bad for the fact that he's ended up homeless as a result of everything that happened in that trial, but good God. Maybe you and Mr. Sandwich should try to find the answer to that question together. What's inside of it?
I think perhaps that trunk should be turned over to the police, don't you? What are you on about? I am the police!
Gina, if you wouldn't mind, could we maybe examine it?
Yeah, alright then. Do whatever you want with it. Thank you. We shall make a detailed record of our examination of the evidence.
Oh boy. If it's Gwyneth Paltrow's head, I quit. Also, what's wrong, boy? What's wrong? What's wrong, honey? Little Timmy stuck in a well? What do you sense? What's wrong, Toby? Why is he acting so aggressively towards me all of a sudden?
Mr. Naruhodo, be careful. It must be the trunk. Oh, God! Oh, no! Toby, no!
He senses evil. He tackled me!
Toby, what are you doing? You're going to lick his face off. Mr. Naruhodo? Mr. Naruhodo! Gina, quickly hail a carriage! What the fuck?
What the actual fuck? I got killed by a dog. Whoa, wait a fucking minute. Wait a fucking minute. Was there some kind of fucked up, like, catnip equivalent in the goddamn trunk? Toby got a whiff of it and he went all hellhound? Is that how the fucking professor killed people? Wait a fucking minute. Because you have to work to have your dog getting aggressive enough to fucking kill people. Did they feed the dog Colombian white?
Mr. Naruhodo, are you alright?
Miss Susato. Why would Gregson have that stuff in the trunk? Because the Reaper people were fucking in on the professor bullshit. That's what I'm saying. That puppy's tiny. It had to have been hopped up on something. Fucking Toby's all jacked up on Mountain Dew.
Ah, conscious again at last. A blessed relief, my dear fellow. After all, to drop dead after a moderate licking by a small terrier. Most unseemly.
What is or isn't seemly is relevant here, Mr. Sholmes.
It really was a drug raid. Case closed.
I'm so glad there's no lasting damage. How are you feeling?
I'm fine, thank you. Did you bring me back here? Mountain Dew isn't a real soda. Tell that to the writers of Talladega Nights. What's this on my head? A bandage?
Sadly, we had no ice, so that's a compress of sugar water.
Sugar water?
Don't worry, Mr. Naruhodo. It's first aid treatment that my father taught me.
Ah, thank you.
So let us take tea while you're feeling up to it. But of course, no sugar in the patient's cup.
Well, my head is throbbing sweetly enough, thanks.
Whenever you feel ready, then.
Sholmes, stop. The fuck happened?
You alright, Mr. Naruhodo? It's rather unusual to find ourselves here in the middle of our investigations.
It just occurred to me that I might have forgotten something when we left this morning.
Please don't worry. As long as you continue and investigate thoroughly, you won't go wrong.
Yes, of course. Get back to work as soon as possible. The fuck was the point of that? Thank you for your concern, Mr. Sholmes.
My dear fellow, think nothing of it. I must say I was quite startled when I heard that you'd been attacked by a dog. For a moment, I feared that an infamous murderer of so many had come back from the dead.
Yeah, see, that's what I'm fucking worried about. You mean the professor?
Fortunately, I see your prized host is unscathed. That stiff turned-up call of yours obviously afforded some welcome protection.
Was I that close to death? I remember the dog licked my face over and over and over again.
Well, if you wish to avoid such troubles in the future, a little mustard spread on the cheek should do the trick.
Yeah, we have some bite marks, but those are on the neck. Those are from Holmes. That's unrelated.
You should think that will balance sweetness of your bandage rather splendidly.
Literally, what the fuck was any of that? Living room?
Mit dem Schwarzbiergebot modend Wien Feuer den Schluss verbrannt. Ach, Hopfen deine Wut. Der mit dem Knacker ich befahl.
I'm leaving. I don't want any part in this. I'm gonna go hang out with Barack. I was gonna say, can we, yeah, no. Can we get a exploitable of this? And then crop out everyone from the other one? Fucking Stern Gregson posing Sholmes and dead Shamspear. Can we combine them? Get me the hell out of here. This got too weird for me. This is a fucking fever dream. He's not wrong. It's like that one episode of Voyager with the evil clown. Jesus fucking Christ. What the fuck is happening? Small child, explain.
Oh no, it's an old German folk song. A rather fine rendition, I think.
That dog, you see, that dog was on cocaine, and now it's spread to us. Iris, we lift up the blanket over Mikotoba. We lift up the blanket. He's got his fucking organs are all hanging out. We slowly turn around to Iris. She's got her hair slicked back and she's holding a bloody knife. I don't care. You know what? The music is probably the least weird thing.
Iris.
Iris, what's the matter?
Who is that sprawling, I mean relaxed gentleman over? Oh.
Iris? Is she even listening? I think she might be possessed.
Excuse me, sir. I do apologize for stopping you whilst you're singing so merrily, but would you be so kind as to explain the situation?
Well, that worked.
A crooning gentleman and a mute young girl. Oh, is he actually supposed to be singing? I thought it was a fucking record. Also, he's fucking wearing Kazuma's mask. A rather tantalizing juxtaposition. One that appears to have incited the gods of destruction within me to find their voices too.
Mr. Sholmes, do you mean...
Oh no. No, 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 no. No, please, no. Not for... no. Oh my fucking god.
The strains of resetting within me are now playing as a delightful duet. One melody sings of a reunion full of nostalgia, whilst the other is a morose theme about a great secret you're trying so desperately to conceal, Iris.
Did she fucking steal a cookie? She turned white as a sheet.
So, as usual, you've instantly seen to the heart of the matter.
And by the time my own brief performance is over, I feel sure this gentleman's song will reach its finale. So then to Musicland, where all is sweetness and delicacy and harmony. Pray to enjoy Herlock Sholmes' latest logic and reasoning spectacular.
No, I'm not in the mood, honey. No, no, oh. Also, are we stupid? Can we really don't know who that is? Good fucking god.
First, we consider the gentleman's identity. Clearly, he's a German with no grasp of the English language, as evidenced by the Germanic song he sings and his apparent inability to understand when asked to desist. So why is the man here at all in such apparently high spirits? The answer, of course, Iris, is clearly known to you. Indeed, only follow the gaze of those bright young eyes to unravel that particular part of this mystery. The reason for the man's mildly irritating wobbling is revealed by the herbal tea. You obviously offer that German guest a cup of your latest herbal blend. The tea's delectable flavor has made the man's spirits soar. Unfortunately, instead of sugar, you put my cocaine in the drink. You used my cocaine, Iris. I needed that. That was my second, third, and fourth breakfast. Results in this joyful ditty tumbling incessantly from his lips. I eagerly await sampling the flavor myself, so I may join in the fellow in his state of elation.
Pouty face.
Now, the next question. Who exactly is this gentleman availing himself so thoroughly of the setting? As it happens a number of years ago now, a certain gentleman of German origin engaged my services in solving a particularly delicate case. He required the retrieval of letters once sent to an acquaintance. That might have proved problematic. Hashtag. In order to conceal his noble identity, he also arrived at my office in a mask. The gentleman's name was Wilhelm Gottfried Sigmundstein von Ormstein.
Whoa!
Senior, of course, senior. The King of Germany. If my memory serves, the mask worn by this gentleman is identical. Yes, there can be no question. That mask belongs to the King of Germany. It would appear that His Majesty remembers the fine service I afforded him, and has decided to show his face again, mask and all, in order to express his gratitude. A well-mannered monarch indeed, wouldn't you agree, my dear fellow? The identity of the mask visitor is in fact my former client, the King of Germany. Indeed, his son is currently in London as well, enjoying the wonders of the Great Exhibition.
God, he's lucky he's pretty. Jesus Christ. Herlock Sholmes walked so Clavier could fly.
Which leaves us with one remaining imponderable. Yes, you, young Iris.
I didn't do nothing.
Your apparently inexplicable silence is unable to hide the truth.
got a cookie in your mouth. Show me the cookie.
Yes, the reason for your muteness is concealed inside that knapsack. A £5 note, I believe. I must say, your compatriot, I'm deeply saddened. As your compatriot, I'm deeply saddened. It would appear that you've allowed yourself to be bribed into silence by His Royal Highness. But yourself some spending money in exchange for keeping quiet about the King's secret. And now the final piece of the puzzle. What the secret you strive to hide with your silence, Iris? Ah, yes, we need only follow that brief involuntary switching of your eyes to find the answer. You attempted to abscond with that coffee cup. My favorite coffee cup, in fact. Or shall I say, the handle of my favorite coffee cup. It appears His High-Spirited Highness broke it in the midst of his hijinks. Which leads us to the sad truth. My favorite coffee cup has been broken by the King of Germany, and Iris, you tried to conceal it from me. You are grounded, young lady. I shall have a bill sent via governmental channels to the German royal family for its replacement. It had Winnie the Pooh on it! The only man who loves cocaine more than I do. Thus concludes Herlock Sholm's great deduction of this painful puzzle.
Susato, you gonna do your fangirling thing, or have you had enough? I think I've fucking had enough. But by all means, feel free to try and spin this.
With your silence as well, the fellow's jovial warbling rather rings in the ears, does it not?
This is the guy I let bite my neck. Repeatedly. Iris, pack your bags. That divorce is getting finalized. I don't care if you're actually the killer. It's fine. We'll work past it.
Mr. Sholmes? I must say something does rather trouble me.
Pray, Mrs. Otto, do tell.
His Royal Highness doesn't appear to have moved a muscle since we arrived.
Ah.
And you haven't said a word either, Iris. If Mr. Sholmes has it right, you might as well own up to it now.
Your reasoning isn't entirely without substance, I must admit.
And one other thing, Mr. Sholmes.
Yet another grievance, Mr. Naruhodo, surely not.
Well, I actually read the story of that case recently, the one you were just describing. According to that, at least, it wasn't the King of Germany. It was the King of Bohemia.
Goodness, was it? That's not a real country.
Yes, no, it's quite true. Master Gotz, the prince testified to that in court. In his words, I have come to see the great exhibition all the way from my home in Bohemia.
I would ask you to keep that minor error to yourselves. It could easily become quite a scandal.
I believe, Mr. Naruhodo, that it's our turn to make some corrections to a number of minor errors that may have slipped in.
Germany and Bohemia, they're practically right next to each other. Good as brothers, is my opinion.
Even Mr. Sholmes is willing to admit he might have been slightly wide off the mark this time. Although it's clear that Iris is definitely hiding something. To find out the truth behind this mysterious scene.
But one truth is incontrovertible. My favorite coffee cup is no more. So, shall we embark again? On a joint presentation of Herlock Sholmes' Logic and Reasoning Spectacular. Dance with me, my dear Ryunosuke. Dance the dance of life.
I wish I could quit you.
And I wish I could quit the drug. It's not that fucking simple, is it?
His mouth isn't moving, sir. Sir.
Iris, don't make me ground you.
How else will I make my inventions?
So what, it's a mix of herbs that gives me the urge to sing?
Goodness. I should like to try some.
I'd like to hear your singing, but this man... Just how long does he intend to keep up with that too, do you suppose?
As I said, he's been stock still the entire time. If you look closely, his lips aren't moving either.
Huh.
So I'm not sure what's actually responsible for the spirited singing. But I suspect the answer lies at the end of Iris's gaze.
Good fucking god.
Take that!
Literally right behind him. Sholmes. Honey. The reason for the man's mildly irritating warbling is revealed by the gramophone.
Indeed, for no well-bred gentleman would break into an obscure folk song when making a social call. In other words, this gentleman isn't singing at all. In fact, he's fucking dead. Or unconscious. Same thing. Either way, Iris is evil.
Ah, it finally stopped. Thank fucking god.
I ask you, Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes?
Why would I have purchased a recording of that gibberish?
How the fuck should I know? I don't know your finances. You won't let me.
Well, never mind. On with the deduction. Who exactly is this gentleman availing himself so thoroughly of the CT?
Also, is this a real song? I don't know. If it is, then it is obviously like an actual very, very old folk song that's public domain.
Because otherwise I don't think this would be here.
Although we've already established it was actually the King of Bohemia.
Seems as Sholmes intended to persist with his German theory for some reason.
To order change the dialogue. Come to think of it, the young prince was wearing a mask as well, wasn't he?
Master Gotts? The boy who you had in tears?
It was really funny. He cried a lot and screamed like a bitch.
Whoa!
Don't remind me or anyone else.
Do you suppose all members of the aristocracy mainland Europe wear masks?
It was written for the game, was it? Nice. I'm sure they do, probably anyway. The point is that mask doesn't belong to any king.
No, I suppose not. We know it well. We can identify the true owner of this mask.
Take that!
Is that the only reason they had the baby with the dumb mask? Good god. There could be no question that mask belongs to Cosmo Ahsoki.
In other words, my memory is sublimely unreliable.
Only you could try and make that sound positive. I need this screenshot without the text box, if that's available. Just sum the relationship up in a single image. Sum the relationship up in a single image. This one. Cosmo's mask has been languishing on this metal chest for several days. That doesn't explain why the gentleman is wearing it now.
But it is now a simple matter to determine our guest's true identity. After all, the gentleman is unconscious. We need only excuse ourselves in advance, gently lift the mask and peer beneath it. That thing I probably should have done in the first place, but instead of the fucking dance. Oh my god, it's Professor Mikotoba, I can't believe it. Oh, blah, 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 blah.
I don't believe it!
Aha! Father!
I'm afraid, Mr. Potter, you must be...
No, I think not, Mr. Sholmes. I think I know my own father, thank you very much.
Your pure logical reasoning has once again revealed the truth. The mysterious visitor
is my unconscious father, Yunjin Mikotoba.
Logic and reasoning. Or just looking and saying. God. Fucking big. Fucking big mood.
Dad! Did you get into Mr. Sholmes' Colombian White? God damn it. Everyone's gonna be hooked on that fucking stuff. The dog is hooked on it, for fuck's sake.
What the fuck happened? Did that dog just kill us and this is the fucking fever dream dimension? Like I said, like that one Star Trek episode, The Thaw? Where's the phallic symbols? Oh wait, no, this is fine. This is just Ryunosuke, not Harry Kim. Ryunosuke is less sexually repressed than Harry Kim. Oh, poor dumb Harry.
Which is what remaining in... I do cocaine! I do cocaine! I do cocaine!
I don't even like Metalocalypse. What am I referencing? That's a 5-pound note poking out from Iris's knapsack, isn't it?
Oh dear, I can't be sure. Most money we encounter is in coin form.
I know. I'm sure we've seen any banknotes here in Britain at all, have we?
Anyway, Father would never have paid money for Iris's silence.
Certainly seems like the silence type himself, though, judging by his person state. Must be some other reason for Iris's silence, suppose.
Perhaps what Iris is trying so hard not to give away is with her eyes. Is something entirely different.
Von Zeke shaking in his cell. Now I think about it, Iris always wears that little bag on her back, doesn't she?
Yes, that's right. Though it's easy to forget about it because you can't see it from the front. There are 2 little felt dolls attached to it as well.
Either, I had no idea. I remember ever seeing him before. Mikotoba's awake and listening to all this, probably. Is it possible there's always been a 5-pound note sticking out of the bag and I just never noticed?
I couldn't say with absolute certainty, but I think it's unlikely.
What's she really looking at? Not this? Oh. Persian slipper. I actually don't know. I thought maybe it would be the broken thing, but that's going to be a point later. Then again, it might be the only fucking thing examinable. Oh, the trunk is examinable? Alright. This slipper features the adventures of Herlock Sholmes, doesn't it?
It does. When I first saw it there on the mantelpiece, I very near fainted with excitement.
Doesn't Iris keep her Elevenus up there?
Yeah, that part was never mentioned in the stories.
Good spot for the Japanese equivalent of slippers for fun. In other words, for a wooden Geta sandal.
But then it wouldn't be possible to hide anything inside of it.
Which matters because... Oh, yeah, the trunk is open, isn't it? Okay. Albanus.
This metal chest, it contains important documents, doesn't it?
Yeah, details of all the cases Mr. Sholmes has worked on over the years. Written up by Iris's father, if I'm remembering correctly. Iris insists the chest is kept locked at all times. She never has once shown me inside.
Well, its contents are invaluable to her, I suppose. And entirely irreplaceable. But look at it now. The catch is unlocked for once.
Ah, so it is. That's hard to ignore.
Very. Never seen that chest unlocked before in all the time we've been staying here at Baker Street.
Iris, did you take the last cookie?
Take that!
I think what's sticking out of the bag is important too, though. It's probably the fucking papers that went missing from Gory's office. The entirety of the Great Attorney is just a fever dream Kazuma had after bonking his head. Oh my god. There's a fun AU. The reason for your muteness is concealed inside that metal chest. An excellent observation. For upon closer inspection, there is something different about the chest appearance. It's kept locked at all times, yet now the catch is open.
Evidently, this has something to do with your refusal to speak, Iris.
Is she eating paper? Honey, don't eat paper. You'll get constipated.
It's simple enough matter to incite you to speak, I'm sure. I merely need to open this chest.
Another dead body.
Here we go.
No! Hurley, don't!
Jesus fucking Christ. Okay, Pup, you said something about him cheating on us? Yeah. Iris, we're leaving. Let's just fucking go. Let's leave this behind.
Von Zeke's home, Strongheart, Ryunosuke. We just left our boat trip. We're going to England.
Right in front of us. And in front of the child. Not just in front of me. In front of the child, Sholmes. Really? Really? And by Susato's dad. Like, what the fuck? Like, good God. Got cucked by, what, 50, 40-some year... 43. Okay, well, whatever. Good God. And he's dead.
My fellow Americans.
Never! Oh, Hurley, I told you not to open it!
Well, I guess I'm finishing this on my own. You found your voice now, Iris. In other words, what just happened clearly reveals the truth here. Yes, the real reason for your silence until now is...
This is somewhat different to the usual dance of deduction you perform with Mr. Sholmes, isn't it?
Well, he's left me alone in the ballroom floor, so I'm gonna have to dance this next part solo. I'm never gonna dance again. These guilty feet have got no rhythm. I need to get to the bottom of this for my own peace of mind. Now then. Iris isn't usually the silent type, so...
You mean you don't actually know the answer yet? Despite knowing the point of finger despite that knowing point of the finger before?
Mrs. Otto, sometimes a man needs to point his finger first and think later. Oh my.
Oh, well, if you say so. I think we better examine Iris more closely and try to rescue the situation then.
So, what I'm confused about is, like, was that... I forget, was she also forbidden from looking in there? Like, is that where they kept... No, because they kept the basketball thing in the pawn shop. Like, have you had access to that thing this whole time and made that mechanism at some point to keep other people out? Like, how did Sholmes not know that was gonna happen? Yeah, you know what? That's a stupid fucking question. Never mind.
Take that!
Yes, the real reason for your silence until now is that key behind your back. When Mr. Sholmes was thrown in the air before... Just before you called out to try and stop him, you slipped something out of your belt. That something is the key now in your hands. No doubt, the key to the chest.
You're so clever, Rudo! Will you be my new daddy? I don't like this one anymore.
It's okay, honey, as long as you're not actually a murderer. You know what, maybe even if you were a murderer, depending on your motive. It now becomes clear, thanks to Mr. Sholmes' graphic demonstration, we can well imagine what happened here. Professor Mikatoba also opened that metal chest, only to be punched in the air. And then land sprawled on the settee.
But wait, there's more! That doesn't explain all the facts. For just $5.99 more, you can get access to even more emotes, such as Judgmental Momentaurus. September, less than a week left. Buy the toys, buy the toys, buy the toys! What about the stylish scarf and the cup of tea above all? And why did he have to be wearing Cosmos on his mask?
I'm guessing she threw all the stuff on top of him afterwards to try and hide the fact that she got her dad punched in the face. For those curious details, I can only think of one explanation. Clearly an unbelievable miracle took place in this room. Isn't that right, Iris? Oh! Ah!
Captain. Oh no. Not clown shoes physics again. God fucking damn it. Motherfucker. Why does this keep happening? Also, yeah, they probably should have heard the fucking noise from upstairs. Consider how the room was arranged before this whole painful experience took place. Professor Mikatoma opened the chest, completely unaware of what awaited him out in the inside. The mask was flung into the air just to see he was, only to land neatly on his face when it fell back down. The teacup's journey through the air ended when it caught on the unconscious professor's finger. You mean to say the stylish scarf? It's actually just a tablecloth. This is the Great Detective's office, after all. A place of miraculous deductions. Aww! Aww! I'm glad she got to join in for at least one. Would you expect anything less?
Yes, you're right. It happened exactly as you said. Brilliant, Runo!
Thus concludes Rionos Kinaruhodo's great deduction of this punchy puzzle. But no, seriously, I need to see those papers.
So then why don't I make a fresh pot of tea for us all?
Objection! An admirable performance, Mr. Naruhodo. But in the final act of the show there, you rather missed everything of importance.
Mr. Sholmes?
If you would cast your mind back to my earlier deduction. Iris, you're clearly hiding a great secret.
She is? The look on her face. Mr. Sholmes must be right. Whatever that great secret is, how did it... Again, that's how you know this man has to do drugs. That knocked him out for 2 minutes. God. Whatever that great secret is, the cat ain't out of the bag quite yet. It's Wagahai. Wagahai's in the bag. Why aren't you dead?
You think this giant boxing glove can kill me? I've taken far worse. I put it to you again. You were attempting to abscond with that coffee cup.
It released a shame about Mr. Sholmes' cup. Must have been smashed when Professor Mikatoba opened the chest. Oh dear, so many things seem to have been broken here. Mostly my mind, but now that deduction has taken a different direction. Iris doesn't seem to be trying to hide the broken cup anymore. In other words, her great secret is something else. This man ate soap. Let's put our observational skills here to work one final time.
Take that!
You were attempting to abscond with that case file.
Iris, as you know very well, nothing escapes the attention of the great detective.
Oh no!
We visited Scotland Yard's autopsy laboratory earlier today. And Dr. Gorey informed us that the autopsy report of Clint Von Zeeks had gone missing. Would that be the... that's what I was worried about. Like, is that the same thing? Case file, autopsy report? That doesn't sound like it's the same thing exactly.
Clint Von Zeeks. Yes, I do seem to recall. That some years ago, I asked to see the report in question. You were with me, weren't you, Iris?
You mean it?
It was you, Iris?
So those papers you have there are...
I'm sorry. Forgive me!
Why, though? America, explain.
In truth, I would like to have thought that I could have predicted the booby-trap chest. But it caught me completely off guard. I was very nearly the late consulting detective Herlock Sholmes.
I'm sorry, Hurley.
So you mean this autopsy report is...
Yes, I took it from the lab, even though I knew it was very important.
Was there something in it that troubled you, Iris?
Not exactly something that troubled me. Something I've been looking for. When I saw this report, when I saw the writing in it, I knew it was Daddy's.
Oh. Ah, fuck. The writing? Your father's writing? What do you really mean? So wait, so, okay, who were the people that were at the autopsy? Wilson and, No. We're not gonna go there. What? Iris? It must be something that's hard for her to talk about.
Forgive me for interrupting, my dear fellows.
Mr. Sholmes, please explain.
I feel as though the poor unconscious gentleman on the settee has been somewhat forgotten.
Father!
Perhaps we should find our guest somewhere more peaceful to rest.
He's distracting us. What the fuck? I mean, I guess his wife would have been dead by that point. He may not have technically done anything wrong, but I am very confused. We gotta call the Maury show. Iris, invent the Maury show so we can call it.
Would you be so kind as to lend him your bed? We must do our very best to make him comfortable, I feel.
Yes, of course. I'll help you carry him up. Why would I ever just wait and let it play out? I have to throw out my stupid bullshit theories, so I can either brag about being right or look like an idiot, whichever comes first.
So will I.
No, I can manage alone, thank you. You have tea to enjoy. Look at the pretty body. Look at the pretty body. You wouldn't want to miss Iris's Brutus stew.
Because there's no better way to make the professor comfortable than drag him upstairs like a fucking trunk. I wonder, perhaps that was deliberate. Maybe Mr. Schultz is making himself scarce to give Iris a chance to talk more freely. Oh, that's an interesting interpretation. I think it's fucking wrong, but okay.
You must use this opportunity to talk with Iris and find out what's going on.
Who is your daddy, and what does he do? Would you like to tell us about it, Iris? About your father?
I'm sure I told you before, didn't I? That Daddy used to be Hurley's partner?
Yes, the notes about all the cases they solved together are kept inside the metal chest.
That's right, Hurley told me, you see? He said that Daddy's somewhere far away now, so we can't meet.
That's one way of describing it.
And then when I secretly unlocked the chest and read through the papers inside, I started to build up a picture in my head of what Daddy must look like, or Daddy must be like.
Well, that's only natural.
You're just like any other girl of your age. I read that Daddy was a professor of medical science, so I studied and took my degree too.
All of the fucking stuff we know about her dad, about Wilson, also applies to fucking Mikotoba. They were friends, they were both there for the oh my fucking god. It's only natural, I suppose.
In that respect, you're not quite like any other girl of your age, though.
But there was one thing I could never find out. Daddy's name.
Of course. Even though all the time we kept saying, oh, it was Dr. John H. Wilson. Did Mikotoba fall apart for Joseph? Like I said, again, technically his wife was dead by that point. He didn't technically do anything wrong. But this is still kind of fucked up. He did not go full Joseph. You never go full Joseph.
His name wasn't anywhere on any of the notes he'd made about his work with Hurley.
Also, this is some revisionist history bullshit. Sholmes' Watson was actually some Japanese guy.
But then one day...
That's what happened, is it? When you saw this autopsy report, you finally managed to work it out. Is that right?
Yes.
So it was the handwriting in the report that caught her eye. I was gonna say, yeah, that makes him fucked up for different reasons, depending on what happened to this mother. unless this mom also somehow tragically died during childbirth. Who's Miko? Mikotoba. Mikotoba is Susato's last name, her dad's last name. Susato has a sister now? Like, that's kind of sweet in a way if that's really where we're going with this, but also, what the fuck?
When I saw the writing on that report, I could hardly believe it. I know that handwriting, I thought to myself.
Because it was the same as the writing you'd seen on your father's case notes.
Exactly. I was desperate to compare the two properly. I need to see them side by side. I asked the doctor in the laboratory, but I was told I couldn't take the report away. And even worse, I was told that it was the first and last time we'd be allowed to look at it there.
So you decided to steal it.
When I compared the autopsy report with the case notes I had here, there was no doubt. The handwriting was exactly the same. It was Daddy's.
But did this one actually have a name attached to it? That's what I want to fucking know. No. Yeah, I'm gonna guess no, because, like, she was still saying, like, we went quiet anytime we talked about the fact that he was dead. But, like, there were instances where she said, oh yeah, my dad, John H. Wilson, because that's why she went by that alias in the first place. So I don't know why they would have tried to push her more in that direction. Other than, you know, just being kind of fucked up, or I guess being biracial could carry a certain stigma in this period.
The signature of the coroner at the bottom of the autopsy report.
Read Dr. John H. Wilson.
So that's how I finally found out. I learned Daddy's name at last.
I see. Okay. That's Bupkis, but okay.
Ever since then, I've called myself Iris Wilson. And that's also when I had the brilliant idea of writing stories all about Daddy's exciting times with Hurley. I decided there and then I'd write the adventures of Herlock Sholmes.
Oh, Iris, I had no idea the stories had such a deep personal significance for you.
I can see why the autopsy report was so important to her now. And why she was prepared to break the law to get her hands on it.
I must apologize, Iris. This is really all my fault.
Hurley?
This is a long-ass investigation. Jesus Christ. How long is the second day of the trial, dare I ask?
I made a promise, you see, that until the time was right, I'd keep the details about your father a secret.
I know, I've been very naughty. I'll take the autopsy report back to Dr. Gory and apologize, I promise.
Oh, I'm not doing this tonight. Hell no, I'm not starting tonight. This investigation's already ridiculous. I'm just asking for the sake of tomorrow.
Yes, we'll go together, I think.
Then let me look at it until then let me look at it after let me look after it for you until we get there.
I want to take a better look at this thing right the fuck now. I also want to know why Toby freaked out on us. I feel like we're really sweeping out under the rug very fast.
I must go and get my water, go and water my herbs, I think. I'll see you all later.
Poor Irish. Must be feeling awful. I know Mr. Sholmes is here for her, but still.
Ah!
Let me see.
How? What's the meaning of this, Mr. Sholmes?
Mr. Sholmes? There we go.
Oh, dear me. So, you've noticed, I see.
Did you fucking put white out or some bullshit over it? What'd you do?
But that would mean...
What on earth's the matter, Misty Sato? You've turned white as a sheet.
It's this autopsy report, Mr. Naruhodo, the one from 10 years ago. The writing. It isn't Dr. Wilson's at all.
Pretends to be shocked. Huh? What do you mean? How can you possibly know that?
Because I know this writing very well. The writing? It's my father's. Dun, dun, dun!
I've got to get that one on the soundboard. What? Professor Mikatoba's?
Indeed, it's true.
That explains the pink hair.
Wait a minute, no it doesn't! And now you know, my dear fellows.
No! I don't know shit! What the fuck does this mean, Mr. Sholmes? The idea that's slowly forming on my mind. That's just too fucked to believe. Please, you have to explain.
What they twist?
Pat yourself on the back for that one. Yeah, if you figured it out, good on you, JC. So this autopsy report was actually penned by Professor Mikatoba? That makes no goddamn sense. That's not possible, surely.
Not possible, my dear fellow. Pray take a deep breath and think again.
Yes, you're right. In some ways, it actually makes a great deal of sense.
It does?
10 years ago was when Father returned to Japan after his extended study tour in Britain.
Yeah, I'm confused about what the fuck this means for the rest of the case. Like, this is all fascinating, I'm sure, but like, how does that tie into the professor shit? Like, I mean, obviously he was there. I hope we're not leading up to him being a villain. Good God.
And prior to his return, where was Dr. Mikatoba engaged?
Ah, of course. He was an assistant in Dr. Wilson's laboratory, learning about forensic science.
And as an assistant, he would have aided with the dissection work, making detailed notes, which would be assembled into the full autopsy report. Once the work was complete, he and the head coroner would check the contents and put his signature on the document.
In other words, the only writing of Dr. Wilson's in the report would be his signature at the end.
I see. So Iris got the wrong end of the stick, you mean?
She saw that and assumed the whole report had been written by Dr. John H. Wilson. Which is very understandable, of course.
What a complicated situation. Why are you not more alarmed at this news, Susato? Yeah, explain this. Very convenient that you never actually mentioned that he was the real Watson all along. Good God.
Thinking about it, most of what we know about you, Mr. Sholmes, comes from the published stories of your
Most of what we know about you, Mr. Sholmes, comes from the published stories of your exploits.
Yes, The Adventures of Herlock Sholmes, written by Iris.
And we really have no way of knowing what's fact and what's fiction. So Herlock was cheating on us with Mikatoba! Yeah, we're marrying Barack. He's the only option. Literally the only fucking option. Sholmes is a himbo, a drug addict, and he cheats on us every goddamn 5 seconds. Kazuma has the brain holes and a stick permanently wedged up his ass now. It has to be Barack. Barack don't want us though? Oh, we'll make him want us. Kicking and screaming.
Most troubling for you, my dear fellow, I'm sure.
What about the supposed partner of yours? Did he really exist or not?
Ah, you come straight to the point, I see.
Please come straight to the answer, then.
I believe Iris explained it in one of her installments. He was a trusted comrade and the only person I could truly have called a friend.
And does this partner of yours truly make a record of all your cases? Are his notes really stored inside that metal chest?
We have the wine, it's fine. We got this.
Absolutely, my dear madam, absolutely.
So where's your partner now?
We rarely meet. You see, he lives on the other side of the world.
But if this autopsy report and the records of all your old cases were penned by the same hand, and if the autopsy report was written, though not signed, by your famous partner, there would be only one logical conclusion.
Pray impress me!
Your partner would have to be Yujin Mikotoba. In other words, Miss Susato's father.
Upon my word, Mr. Naruto.
Yes?
You are coming along wonderfully. You have hit upon the method at last. You finally grasped the art of deduction. Now you too can do copious amounts of drugs.
You mean to say...
Allow me to introduce you to my great friend and partner, Mikotoba.
Professor Mikotoba, what the fuck? I can't help but feel as though we've gotten very sidetracked.
Does this mean that you're the real Dr. Wilson?
Oh, no, my dear. I'm still my old self. Yujin Mikotoba, your father.
Oh, of course.
This is obviously too much for Sato-san to take in.
I must say, though, how my old friend has attained worldwide celebrity. As a great mystery solver, is the greatest mystery of all. You were fucking worthless without me. I remember the first time we met. Pray remind me, when was that again, Mikotoba? 16 years ago, Sholmes. Ah, yes, quite. 16 years ago.
Where the hell did the drug thing come from? From Takumi. That's canon. This man is on copious amounts of methamphetamines. Have you seen the way this man acts? He's all jacked up on Mountain Dew, but Mountain Dew didn't exist back then, so it has to be the drugs.
I just arrived in Japan with Seishiro and Genshin. I was in search of lodgings close to the hospital, some comfortable rooms at a reasonable price. The rents are devilishly high in that particular area. That's right, so I decided I needed someone to share lodgings and the expense. And was fortunate enough to be introduced to Sholmes, who found himself in a similar situation.
How much longer is the investigation? I'm getting worried.
I was a callow fellow back then, a shadow of a great detective you see before you now. I was working at the hospital's chemical laboratory at the time, indulging my curiosities for little gain. The situation our cohabitation led to us pursuing cases together, you see.
Because I feel like we're getting very, very sidetracked from the actual fucking murder investigation.
Hard to believe it was a mere 6 years. We had a great many adventures. But then last year in Bickertober's stay in Britain, that most infamous of cases presented itself. The case with which you became rather familiar with yourselves, the Professor killings. After the trial, Seishore and I were summoned back home.
Hardly surprising given the circumstances.
So there you have it. And as you know, all the details recorded by my trusty chronicler remain in that metal chest.
This is just fucking weird. Professor Mikitoba, it really is Mr. Shulm's famous partner.
Father?
Goodness, my dear, what a cutting look!
As your daughter, I'm very proud to learn that you were a great detective's great partner. But nevertheless, there's another mystery I really must ask you to explain now. Why don't you take a seat?
And that is?
You know very well what it is. The unresolved matter of Iris's father?
I completely forgot about that part. I didn't.
I suppose I should have seen this coming.
Iris told us that all the notes about the great detective's adventures that are in that metal chest were written by her father. Isn't that correct, Mr. Sholmes?
That is indeed what I told young Iris.
Just what you told her? Who the fuck else is there?
But if you're Mr. Sholmes' partner, Father, you wrote all these case notes. Then Iris's father must be you!
Bah! I never thought of it like that. Upon my word, Miss Susato. You are coming along wonderfully as well. You too have hit upon the method at last. You finally grasped the art of deduction. What? I've never fucked a woman.
He seems confused.
What you've always told me, Father, is that my mother died when I was born 16 years ago. And you left me in grandmother's care whilst you embarked on your study tour of Britain. I've always accepted that, but all this about Iris.
Oh! I'm not needed for this. I'm just gonna peace out for this part.
Now, hold on a minute. It was very complicated. I mean, it's really not what you think.
Then perhaps you'd like to explain exactly what it is, Father!
There it is! Ice cold to red hot just before she...
No, really, you got the wrong end of the stick. Show him, say something, man. That's quite enough, my fiery fellows.
Mr. Sholmes, when did you get dressed?
Whilst I don't like to interrupt this exciting exploration of the past, Mikitoba and I have an urgent matter that requires a short excursion.
But it's very late, Mr. Sholmes. Where must you go?
What the... This goddamn hussy.
Why, my dear madam, is that not obvious? My partner and I must pursue our natural enemies. So get your coat, Mikitoba. The game is afoot.
Okay, so it's not him. So it's not him either. They are going to a love hotel. That part's true, but no. He's distracting us again. Who the fuck else is there? Is it this fucker? It could be that fucker. Maybe? I don't know. He seems too smart for that. Possibly? Call board!
But Charles, I really must give Soto a full explanation, I think. Later, my dear fellow, later. Our carriage awaits us downstairs already.
It was Gregson. You know what? Oh my fucking god. You know what? That would explain the simping. That would explain the simping. And make it less creepy. Fuck. It was Pepino, obviously. Look at him, he's got big dick energy.
You haven't changed one iota, have you? I mean, really. I visit home after 10 long years. And when I open that chest in a fit of nostalgia, I quite inexplicably pass out.
She's got pink hair. Red hair to pink, it's diluted. The mother must have been a blonde. when you have a redhead fucking blonde or white haired lady, you get pink. Case closed.
As if that wasn't enough, when I eventually regain consciousness, I'm plunged straight into all this.
Father, please, what the fuck is it? Oh, never mind. I guess I'm inexplicably cool. Go with Mr. Shelms for now.
What?
I've no doubt that whatever happened, you were acting in everyone's best interest.
Dr. Scythe was blonde. Oh, man. I trust you completely.
Susato.
And sending the great detective and his partner off on a renewed adventure together? It's more than I could have hoped for in my wildest dreams.
Very well then, we'll speak again later. So, I believe my own work is done for the day. I wish you the best of luck tomorrow. Yes, Naruto, good luck in battle. And in reaching a decision.
Oh, right, that part. I completely forgot about that shit. You threw fucking 5 billion other plot points at me all at once. Good fucking god.
So much happened that day that I barely knew what to do with myself. It would only be later that I'd come to realize how amidst the chaos I'd unleashed were all the clues I needed to finally unearth the truth. And that all the turmoil was necessary to give me the resolve to see everything through.
Another reason why a trilogy would have been better, probably. I feel like I'm on cocaine. That was a lot of shit all at once. Good god. And we never even explained half the shit. Why the fuck did Toby try to murder us? Oh my god. Should have gone back to the dog. Well, it's too late now. Wait, what? That's the final... Wait, what? Trial 4 is just... Wait. Oh, no, no. That's right, it's... Or wait. Wait, what? 2-part case like Dual Destiny. Okay. Alright, no, I thought maybe I just saved out of order. Okay. I was not prepared for that. Toby pounced on us. I don't know about that. No, that was very, very weird. We didn't skip a case. The game's just fucking... The game's just on crack now, for some reason. That's fucking weird. Yeah, I'm scared now. Good god. Sleep now I need it. I was gonna say, shit, that's this is the final case now. I am very scared. Dude, hell no, I'm not starting the trial. That investigation took fucking forever. I'm just trying to think structurally. How many segments is the last chapter or last trial then? I know we ain't finishing it this weekend. If I had known that, I would have broken up the investigation into 2 parts probably, because that took so fucking long. Jesus Christ. 3 streams? Good God. Alright. We're gonna have another investigation segment? What the fuck? Good God. I mean, that makes sense. Like, he's saying we have all the pieces we need, but I feel like I'm not quite clear. Obviously, fucking, not obviously necessarily, but, like, I don't think Mikotoba's her father either. Because they were, Sholmes was doing his look at the pretty bunny thing way too hard. Would not be necessary when it was seemingly that obvious. Because Mikotoba probably wanted to explain, hey, no, it's not like that. It's someone else. I just don't know who that someone else is yet. Besides the redheads, but they're the biggest chads. Can't be them. They're too chad for women. Alright. Whatever. I don't know what, like I said, that, I'm almost upset. I'm almost upset. They threw out so goddamn much there. Didn't even have fucking time to process the actual case at hand. Because that's, like, obviously we got a fucking, It's obvious, really? What, Iris' parent? Well, don't tell me, because I'm Gungaga, apparently. Alright, whatever. Like, I low-key hated that. I low-key hated how much they threw out there, because I don't have time to think about anything now. Now I feel like an idiot, because apparently I should know things already. God damn it. Thanks for telling me that. Alright. I'm gonna go watch Kamen Rider. Thank you all for coming out. Special thanks to I Need Professional Help and all of the Go-Kart and above patrons. If you want to help support, my drug rehabilitation, I clearly need it. Check out the links in the description. Love you guys. Nighty-night.